Prairie Elementary School District Governing Board shall be called to order today, Saturday, June 7th, 2025, for a special meeting at the Jerry Roby District Facility. 5 board members are present. We have Board Member Schmidt, Board Member Zimmerman, Vice President Kenyon, Board Member Cincioni, myself, Michael Todd. Complete item 1.1. Item 1.2 is our Pledge of Allegiance. Board Member Cincioni, can you please lead us? Our next agenda item is 1.3, approval of special agenda meeting.
Motion to approve this agenda consistent with board policy BEDB and temporarily suspend governing board policy with which this agenda may be inconsistent.
No second.
I'll second.
I have a motion, a second, to approve item 1.3, the approval of special meeting agenda. If there's no discussion, we'll take the vote. Board Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Board Member Zimmerman.
Aye.
Vice President Kenyon.
Aye.
Board Member Cincioni.
Aye.
I'm also, and I will show item 1.3 approved with a 5 yes, a 0 no vote. Next item of business is 2.1, discussion, consideration, and approval of the Trust Policy Chapter 4, third read, which will be effective July 1st, 2025. Be presented by Dr. Mahorn and Miss Amy Castellanos.
And I'm going to immediately turn it over to Ms. Castellanos.
Good morning, governing board members. Today we're here to approve, can you all hear me? Okay. We're doing okay. Today we're here to approve to review and possibly approve Chapter 4 and Chapter 5. So we will begin with Chapter 4. I just wanted to present to you the edits that were made from we did 3 meetings that stood as the read for Chapter 2, stood as the second read for Chapter 4. And the following with the comments are the revisions that were made. And in an effort to expedite the meeting, I think I'd just like to start to say, would you all prefer that we go through these comments, or have you had the opportunity to read the comments, and then if you just want to bring forth any revisions that might have been? Okay. So if we could just if you have any revisions that you would like to this document or any questions about the revisions that were made.
Mr. President.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just have 3 things. Everybody should be happy. For Chapter 4. So page 1 is just the numbering. So there are essentially 2 policies. First, I just want to say thank you, Ms. Castellanos. I felt like the discussions we had at the last read were reflected. So I appreciate the work that you did to put into that. So on page 1, there are essentially 2 policies with the same number. So we would just need to make sure that when we go to approve it, that we approve, the trust will change the numbering essentially. On page, Mr. President, I assume you just want me to list my 3.
Yes, please.
Okay. So page 24, I'll let everybody get there. Number 12, I personally am still not comfortable with an employee possessing a weapon. I don't see the need. I don't see us hiring private security as the example was given. And I, again, think our police officers and SSO officers, are not our employees. So I don't see the need for that. And then the last one is page 66. And it's under G, and second to last sentence in the first paragraph, I would really like to cross out the word non-renewal of employment. I'm fine with the rest of it. I would really like us to consider crossing out that word. And that's all I have for chapter 4.
Can you say where that was again?
Sure. It's on page 66 under G, first paragraph, second to last sentence in the first paragraph. So it reads, employees shall not be entitled to this benefit if the employee is terminated for cause or resign in lieu of termination. I'm fine with all of that. Or non-renewal of employment. I would just like to see us cross out non-renewal of employment.
So you're wanting them paid out?
If they, yes, if they are non-renewed, because I'm thinking about our administrators who do not have a process for a non-renewal. They can just be non-renewed for any reason. And if we are not employing them because they have done something wrong, then that we shouldn't pay them out. That's termination, or they resign in lieu of termination. Those are all fine because teachers, and again, these are only people are getting paid out if they've worked for the district for longer than 10 years, because this is sick time payout. This is not vacation. Correct?
Correct. So
Okay.
this particular policy, it is only sick leave.
Right.
This is statute. And the way that it reads, it should be resigned in lieu of non-renewal or in lieu of termination or non-renewal, right? So it's either or. So they're resigning in lieu of the termination or in lieu of non-renewal of contract.
Yeah, I'm still not comfortable with the non-renewal, in lieu of the non-renewal, because again, we had many situations this year where administrators were told they were going to be non-renewed, and so they gave them the opportunity to resign, and I don't think that was appropriate. And so, again, this is, what I would like to see.
Mr. President, from me.
You may.
In regards to this, I think the language is fine. This is if they resign. So if they resign, they haven't completed their contract that they're signed up for. So it's not that if their non-renewal ends and then they just don't get another contract, they will still get their sick leave or their sick pay. It's just if they resign prior to their termination or their contract termination. Is that correct?
So honestly, how this reads right now, there is a lot of interpretation that can be put in here. So if there is more clarification that you would like to see, we can do that. But as I read it right now, it's in lieu of non-renewal. So therefore, if they resign, they're not renewed and they resign, then we are going to go ahead and pay them out there, or will not pay them out their sick leave here. Right. And so it's not that they didn't finish their contract. They can finish their contract and resign because they were not being renewed and then not be able to receive the payout.
Like, we'll just give the example of Ed Services. They all resigned in January, but they're working till the end of their contract.
I think sick time payout in itself is interesting. Most employers do not give you any sick time at any time if you leave the company. That's a benefit, but it's not the same as vacation. And I'm quite sure statute kind of defines that as well. That's why some organizations have gone to a PTO where it's a combined sick and vacation time, and then that's paid out. But there are very few employers, and even speaking with some other folks who work in government, the organizations don't pay any part of sick time, no matter how long you're with an organization. So that seems to be pretty unique. It is a bit of a perk. I think the board needs to understand that as we're accruing this for an employee over 10 years, we don't have a fund where every year we say, Mr. A, Mr. B, Miss C, whoever didn't use 4 days of sick time, so we're going to move this money over and wait till they retire. When it comes due at the end, that's unfunded. We you don't carry money over. So that's a liability that the district carries for years and years. It'd be the same for a regular, of a private organization. And so although it's still a percentage, sometimes it can be a rather large amount of money for folks who are over 10 years, some 20, some 25. So if you're being non-renewed, I think typically that's probably because you're not performing very well. Maybe you're not being terminated mid-year. You're just going to be non-renewed. So I'm comfortable with the way the language is currently myself. Members, also, we can, once upon a time at every board meeting, we reviewed policy. So policy was always under review. It's always something as we make changes, I think we can learn about and make changes to policy as we massage these. I know the trust has even spoke that they'll be making revisions and changes as well as they go through these. We're still kind of on the early adopter phase of these policies with the trust. So I think we'll learn a little bit. I do believe that the board would have the ability to look at non-renewals and determine what the reason for the non-renewal is and perhaps make a decision on a case-by-case basis as well.
Mr. President.
Yes.
So I have a question. This is under sick leave accrual, like upon retirement. So can you resign and retire in the same action? Does this even like make sense? Be non-renewed and retire in the same.
In my opinion, it doesn't make sense.
I don't understand what's even.
So, yeah, I mean, what we're talking about here, like, they can retire, like, instead of, if they are resigning in lieu of termination, they can retire in that resignation, right? So that piece is in there, but the non-renewal portion, if they decide to retire because they're going to be non-renewed, is that a resignation? But also, I want to be clear that this is a part of statute, so it does need to be in your policy. So as far as the non-renewal portion, that's a give or take, right? But this section does need to be in the policy book.
So maybe we need to define, I think there's different non-renewal. If you have a grant and the grant's running out, you're getting non-renewed. If you're just not performing well or mid-year, that person may not being renewed, not being let go mid-year. They're just being told this isn't working long-term. So at the end of the year, it's a courtesy. We're letting you stay through the end of the year. There could be different reasons for non-renewal. So if the grant is running out, then perhaps that's acceptable, but a non-renewal, I guess that could be the other way around. In lieu of termination, you could have a non-renewal, lieu of termination or non-renewal. You could, I guess, how would I word this? You would have a non-renewal in lieu of termination, which would be different than a non-renewal because funding has been eliminated, grants have ran out, something of that nature.
So I guess if I'm looking at this, I feel like an easy way would just be to put another sentence there that says that the district will have the option at the district's discretion for non-renewal of contracts. That might suffice.
I think so, it would.
Would it be the district or would it be the board?
That is all up to you all. You like, if that's up to you.
So ultimately, I think the board is the district. We make the decisions of the district, so it would be, I think anytime it says the district, that is the board. Ultimately, we're the governing body of the district. But we could specify that specifically, say the board.
Okay.
Just because we're making the decision ultimately for like liquidated damages, I feel like this is something similar, and we give the approval for a waiver when people don't submit their year for year notice for retirement.
Okay, members, do you have any additional comments to Ms. Zimmerman's comments on page 1, page 24, or 66?
Mr. President,
Sir.
just on page 4, I think it's, don't know if it's just a word that was overlooked. So under C, on page 4, it says other the board. I don't know if that other is supposed to be there, but
Yeah, there needs to be a colon there. No. Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
that was it. Just a little housekeeping.
Anyone else? I would like to circle back to page 24, number 12 with Ms. Zimmerman's comments. I don't think that the intent, in fact, in my mind, I'm 100% sure the intent is not to arm teachers with guns and rifles. However, we have been recently approached by the Buckeye Police Chief suggesting that we go to private security for our board meetings. We recently went through ALICE training. ADE did that presentation. They've hired a retired MCSO deputy who ran their school resource officer program for many, many years. And he was very clear to say that board meetings are critical to have armed law enforcement or private security. Buckeye PD, from my understanding, and I think Board Member Kenyon, you may have had a conversation as well, excuse me, with them after a board meeting. They are struggling with the duration of some of our meetings. We've actually lost our police officer a couple of times because he had to report to duty and be on the streets protecting the rest of the city. So again, they've proposed that. The SSO program, I believe, does that not also allow for private security? I think there's a carve out for that. So we could the SSO.
The SSO, yes.
So those would become employees of our district, and beyond, well, they're not even employees. I mean, they would be because we're paying them or contractors. So that would be another issue. The next thing is when we talk about a weapon, when we went through the ALICE training, it was essentially said, if you get into that situation, you're on lockdown and you have an active shooter on the campus, you unfortunately kind of have to weaponize your campus. And that is, you got to grab staplers, you got to grab anything you can to start, in a last resort, if somebody gets into that classroom, to kind of defend yourself. There's a lot of mechanism ahead of time, lock the doors. We did all sorts of things there, but at the end, and then also a knife is a weapon. So does that mean we no longer have birthday cakes to celebrate because somebody has to cut the cake with a knife? Because that could be turned around if you had somebody that wanted to make an issue about it. The intent of this is not to allow every single person to bring a gun, to allow teachers to bring guns on campus, but we do have a mechanism where we may need to have employees of our district, again, not teachers in my opinion right now, but private security. Maybe you have a substitute teacher who is a reserve police officer. There's a lot of people who want to carry those at all times. I know we've had many parents on campus before who are law enforcement, federal agents, and they're carrying their weapon either in uniform or plain clothes because that's what they do. So I just think, we need to look at that and see exactly what it is. But if we're using private security at any time, this would eliminate that. And when we have the police department telling us they don't have the staff to provide protection all the time, we've got yet another problem. So I'm okay with it. I think there's some common sense. This is a matter of public record. We are not suggesting that we're giving firearms to teachers who just want to carry a firearm. That does not, that's not the intent of this, in my opinion at all. And I guess other board members can weigh in, but that's just what I would caution the board on number 12.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. President?
You may.
So when you mentioned a substitute teacher that might be a off-duty police officer, were you thinking that they would be allowed to carry a weapon?
State law says they're allowed to. So there's nothing we can say about that. They are allowed to do that. They may have an individual department policy, but that's just like the airlines can't tell a federal officer or a municipal officer that's on any sort of work duty. Federal officer can carry at any time. A local city police officer can carry on an airline if they're transporting a prisoner or on official business. But a federal agent can do it anytime. There's nothing that can be said. Same thing here. In their jurisdiction, a police officer is allowed to carry a firearm anywhere they want, as long as they're within their agency's policy. So I think we just need to be cautious. But again, when we talk about weapon, does that mean a teacher can't have a pocket knife, which is a very common thing? A Leatherman tool belt, a little Leatherman tool that people carry on their belt that is probably used multiple times a day by some teachers who are maybe doing a little maintenance in their classroom, working in a science environment, and they're opening something with a wrench. Where does this go? So again, sometimes there's the letter of the law, sometimes there's the spirit of the law, and I think the spirit of this law is not to say we're going to have teachers carrying firearms, but there are times when we may have employees, again, private security, substitute teachers who may come in, SSOs who we're employing outside. Those are not school resource officers that are being brought in by the city, but we're employing those SSOs. So we have eliminated, if we say possess a weapon on district property without legal authority, we've just eliminated our SSO program, because those employees would no longer allowed to be carry a firearm, and you're never going to find a law enforcement officer working in that capacity coming onto the campus.
Okay. I have two things. First, when we're referring to if a knife is a weapon, it doesn't require legal authority. So I think thinking that we can't allow people to cut a birthday cake because of this or taking it out is inaccurate, because nobody's asking district administration to have a knife to cut a birthday cake. Secondly, as a parent, if a substitute teacher in my child's class is possessing a weapon, one, I think the principal needs to know that there's somebody on their campus that is possessing a weapon. If that's their right, I'm not sure of that, but and I would personally, as a parent, be very uncomfortable knowing that a substitute teacher in my child's classroom is possessing a firearm.
Mr. President, if I may.
You may.
So I think that this actually speaks to your discomfort. They have to have legal authority and proper authorization from the district administration. And I understand your concern, but I've been approached by multiple parents and staff members since our last meeting when this was brought up, saying thank you for making sure that we're able to, with the proper channels, go through the proper channels, have the opportunity down the road possibly to be able to protect these kids. We live in a day and age where you cannot stop something crazy from happening, but you can limit the damage if you're able to intervene quickly. And so if they go through this process, possess a weapon on district property they're not allowed to without legal authority and proper authorization from district administration, they've went through the right checks. So I think that kind of negates this. What you're saying is that we take this out so we don't have any way to defend our kids or staff if something happens. And this isn't just in the classroom. This is at recreational, football games or soccer games or, different things, activities that are put on by the district when the public is allowed to walk freely on campus. I want this protection here. That way, if it's utilized and God forbid something bad happens on one of our campuses, we have somebody there who's able to step in and limit the damage. I don't want to tie our hands and say, we aren't allowed to, and this is stuff that came to me from prior law enforcement people saying, yeah, I was a police officer and police officer response times are crap when it comes to something happening. So the best way to protect our kids, protect our staff, protect the public is to have somebody, if they're willing to, if they go through the proper steps, there and able to limit the damage.
Can I interject
you may.
here real quick? So this is not a new policy. This policy is currently a policy that you all have. The intent of this policy is just as you said, Board Member Kenyon, is to give the district the option to have a level of private security or have something. It is not for teachers to carry guns on campuses. Therefore, there are certain ways that people can have legal authority to carry a gun on campus. This ensures that that legal authority does not supersede the district administration's knowledge of said weapon on campus. So the reason why this is here is to protect both sides of this argument, is to knowingly, we know that there are people who can carry on campus legally. They need to let district administration know that they have a weapon and that it is on their campuses. It is also to ensure that we have the ability to have private security. Nowhere was there ever an intent with this policy to allow teachers or teachers' aides or secretaries, administrators to carry weapons. I understand that the possibility is there, and if this board would like to allow other people to carry weapons on campus, I would suggest you have a policy about guns on, specifically guns on campus. So it would be my recommendation that we adopt the policy as is, and if there is an additional policy that you would like to see that's more strict about how these authorizations are get brought, I would suggest you bring that up in an additional board meeting. The reason for this is like, let's get specific. If we want to get specific, this is just to cover the general legal authorities and district administration's knowledge. I hope that helps. Please debate.
No, I agree. This is about the issues of private security, and it is ensuring that we know that those people do have it. We're not saying they can just carry on, walk on the campus at any time with their firearms. But again, it's not just firearms. I mean, it can be any object used to inflict damage. It could be a stapler. You could theoretically say a stapler. You get the right stapler that does roofing material, and you can do a lot of damage to somebody if it's used improperly. But this is specifically designed for the times when the district needs private security, a school security officer, something of that nature. Again, it is not to start allowing teachers to carry firearms on campus.
If I could just make one final comment.
One more.
You know, to Mr. Kenyon, I listened, you know, and I hear what everybody's saying. And just for the record, there have been multiple people, parents and staff that have come to me that are concerned about this. So there are both sides in the community that can go either way. So I just want to understand that those voices are represented as well. Thank you.
Mr. President. It's actually about page 66 and a possible motion. What was the sentence we were thinking about adding into that?
I don't have it
It was something about like,
instructed, but it does say the board shall determine if non-renewal, or shall determine if payouts for non-renewal of contracts, sick leave payouts. So employees shall not be entitled to this benefit if the employee is terminated for cause or resigns in lieu of termination, full stop. If an employee resigns in lieu of non-renewal of employment, the board shall determine, or shall have the authority to determine sick leave payout. I can more artfully do that at.
Ready for a motion?
I'll attempt it. Okay. Motion to approve trust policy chapter 4, third read, effective July 1st, 2025, with the following changes. On page 1 to renumber, okay, the paragraphs, I guess, right? Page to renumber the paragraphs, the policy numbers. You good?
Yeah, with the following changes, page 1.
Well, I guess that'd be all the policies. To read.
To renumber, you
To
have,
renumber
you
the
have two
policy
number
numbers.
one, 101s.
Yeah, there you go.
Following changes, okay,
To renumber 4-101.
1-401.
And then on page 4, in paragraph C, should be, you said a colon after other. Remove other. Yes, ma'am. And then on page 66, add a sentence along the lines of the board shall determine sick leave payout for employee resignation in lieu of non-renewal.
I'll second.
Can I just read this, make sure it's correct? Ms. Zimmerman,
Please do.
second. Motion to approve the trust policy, chapter 4, third read, effective July 1, 2025, with the following changes. To renumber 1-401, page 4, paragraph C, remove the word other. Page 66, add a sentence along the line of the board shall determine sick leave payout for employee resignation in lieu of non-renewal. Okay. Kelly, second.
All right, any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll take the vote. Board Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Board Member Zimmerman.
Aye.
Vice President Kenyon.
Aye.
Board Member Cincioni.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Will show that approved 5 yes, 0 no. All right, next on the agenda is 2.2, discussion consideration of the trust policy, chapter 5, first read. This will be also effective July 1st, 2025. Just as our staff rep is Dr. Mahorn, but I'm just going to take a guess that she's going to punt it right to you, Ms. Castellanos. So we'll cut her out and move right to you. Is that okay, ma'am?
Sure is.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Dr. Mahorn and President Todd. So chapter 5, we have went through, let me explain the process that we went through just for our public record. In chapter 5, I have sent this chapter out to everyone and have tallied all of your edits that were requested into the documents. We've also spent the last 3 weeks getting questions answered from the trust, from our legal representatives, and then for myself to match statute with anything that I could possibly match statute with. So there's been significant time spent, a little over 30 hours has been spent on the number of revisions. I know that we are scheduled to be here until 1 o'clock today, and I also can very well see that many people want to get home to their families. So what I would like to do is to go through this policy and skip the questions that don't impact the actual trust language itself, the actual language. So if the questions, because you all have had opportunities to read the answers to each one of those questions, I would suggest that we go through this, going through all of the marked redlined versions to make sure that those are agreed upon and, can move forward. And then if in that we've skipped somebody's questions or marking, you can please bring that up. Does that make sense? I'm sorry, Ms. Zimmerman, I'm seeing a little bit of a confused.
So are we going to go through the red lines though?
Yes.
Okay.
Only the red lines. We're not going to go through all the questions that are on the side. So,
But
there
if
are
they
over-
pertain to potential red lines, we'll discuss them.
right.
Okay.
Right. Okay. And then I also want to make sure that you all receive the paragraph from the trust explaining the process of how this was developed. and the amount of legal review that it went through. Did you all receive that in the email? Okay. All right. So they wanted me to make sure that we all had that, so that we're all on the same page. We'll begin with page 1. On page 1 in the attendance boundaries, Ms. Zimmerman has suggested that the authority be removed from the district and given to the board. Okay. On page 2, Ms. Zimmerman has suggested that we have 2 methods that we will, this is under 5-101A, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay, 5-101A, it's on page 2. It is the last sentence of the paragraph that the proposed adoption or changes may be viewed and noticed, but the notice should be provided in 2 ways. One being from option A, B, or C, and the second method being from any of the ones listed here. So moving on to page 9. This would be policy 5-102A, enrollment requirements. On page 9, we're suggesting that if so authorized by the board be removed, and this just be a full stop, that students in foster care will be given preference for open enrollment. Okay, moving on to page 11, 5-102.c. This is procedures for enrollment requirements. We're asking that for students entering kindergarten be added to this. Any discussion there?
I would just really like to see us change the word literacy coach or literally literacy specialist to who is responsible in our district, which I believe is the reading interventionist. I just think it's clearer for all of us, administration, principals, our public. The point of the policies is to tailor it to our district. And so I think it's more useful if we are using our language here. So that would be my request.
Would you be okay with me adding the word reading interventionist to this so that we also have the language of statute?
Yes.
And this is a reading interventionist? Thank you.
Do we not add or district authorized only because sometimes titles change? And so if a title changes, let's just say in 3 years, hear me out all the way. We no longer have reading interventionists. We have reading, because there's a new buzzword that's come out. Now all of a sudden our policy, so a lot of times it's good to have policy set so that it flows with a title change. Otherwise, we're going to go 2 months with a first read and a second read trying to get the policy updated. So can we generalize the language as well to add a district authorized, board approved, whatever the board's comfortable with? But there could be a change and I don't want to see kids lose. I agree with your point to have that in there. But if we have a title change because the state comes back and there's a new grant that says we're going to fund reading gurus instead of reading interventionists, all of a sudden our policy is maybe out. And then we're going to have to scramble to get that back through. So it's the same thing. We've had some issues like on our emergency action plan, in an emergency contact Minnie Camerata. I'm just picking on her. Well, if Minnie's on vacation, Minnie might not be the one, so we want to change that, say contact the superintendent's assistant. And whoever that person is, that's a better way. You even in emergency response, you don't say call Chief Smith, you say call the on-duty chief, because Chief Smith may not be the guy at the time. So I just wonder if the board feels that would be a worthy add now that I better understand what Ms. Zimmerman was suggesting.
Just to be clear, though, that is the reason for the term literacy coach or literacy specialist. So that is the intent behind that, because there could be 1,000 different titles for what a literacy coach or literacy specialist is, but that's how it's defined in state statute.
All right, perfect. Then I'm good.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Okay.
So are we asking to not add it in or add it in the reading?
No, I don't think it hurts to add that in, because I agree, it makes it easy for our district. It tailors it to us. I just didn't want to limit us if those titles change down the road for some reason.
Okay, so we're adding in reading intervention. So the sentence will read, the district shall employ at least one kindergarten through third grade reading interventionist, teacher, literacy coach, or literacy specialist, or board approved.
You know, it's interesting as I'm reading this, it says in each school. Do we
Correct.
want to commit, you know, to Mr. Todd's point, is every school always going to have one of these? Or would we have to stipend it if we weren't going to have a full-time? I didn't realize it said each school. I was thinking we had to employ one for the district.
No, that is, and this is very specific to state statute
Statute.
because of the third grade
Okay.
testing that happens. So there's no option to remove that
Okay.
and stay in compliance with the statute.
Okay.
Right. But I don't think, it doesn't say it has to be a full-time, so we could designate, if we had two smaller schools and we split that time between two, as long as we have a designee to that campus.
Okay.
I think we're meeting but good catch. Okay, carry on.
Okay, moving on to 5-103, compulsory attendance and
What page?
this is page 12.
12, okay.
5-103, compulsory attendance and excuse from student attendance. If we go under school closures on page 12, the bottom paragraph has been added as outlined in policy 2-101 and policy 3-401. The superintendent may temporarily close any or all school buildings or other facilities as permitted by law. Permanent school closures shall follow all applicable laws, regulations, and board-approved procedures.
If nobody has questions, are we going to define what temporary is? For example, you could temporarily close a school for a year. That's temporary. That's much different than temporary closing the school for 3 days because a hurricane came through and you've got to have building inspectors come make sure that the roof is safe, or we've got a bad water situation, or whatever may come up. So do we want to define that a little bit more? Because temporary is kind of a joke again. Some people say, oh, it's my permanent temporary fire station. There's fire stations that have been temporary for years. So do we define that for a period not to exceed a week, 2 weeks, a month, a year, whatever the board's comfortable with, but should we define that a little better?
That definition is in policy 2-101.
Okay,
So, and that is why we've referenced the policies.
all right.
Also, real quick,
That's right, okay.
before we move further into this, the trust has said that they don't cross-reference policies. So if you all would like, I would need to have your authority to cross-reference every policy and provide them that for them to upload. So that is going to be something that I'll need, your authorization to do because it would be a significant amount of time to cross-reference all policies.
Okay, we'll have to agendize that for a future meeting.
On page 14, it was noted in the attendance that truancy was not defined, and neither was chronic absenteeism. So we've offered this language here. The trust wrote this policy with their attorneys. So this language here is offered and has been reviewed by legal.
Thank you so much for asking for this. I think it is an important part of our policies that was missing. I just have a couple things. So under, I guess we'll go third paragraph, where it says unexcused absences for at least 5 school days within a school year constitute habitual truancy. If I could just offer just a slightly different version of the next sentence. The superintendent shall establish procedures to identify and address unexcused absences, beginning with the notification of parents. Continued violations may lead to discipline of the student according to the discipline matrix. And I did cross-reference that our discipline matrix does have truancy as, one of its categories, and or referral of the parent to a court of competent jurisdiction. So I'm just, pointing us back to that we're using our discipline matrix, essentially.
You're also putting a shall in here. The superintendent shall establish procedures. Did I hear that correctly?
I did, yeah. I guess I'm just trying to be consistent. We use shall a lot in the policy, so.
So the superintendent
Shall establish procedures to identify and address unexcused absences, beginning with the notification of parents. Continued violations may lead to the discipline of students according to the discipline matrix.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Do you
I
want me to
just wanna
just send it to you? Or,
Yeah. I just want to make sure that I have the wording correct.
I essentially am using the wording. I'm just changing.
Right.
Continued violation will lead to discipline. I'm just being specific as to how the discipline will be administered, I guess.
Okay.
Okay. And then when it lists number 2 in each of these things, it says Pima County. I assume they just wrote it for a different district. So we just need to change that to Maricopa. And I would just delete the high school portion just because it's not applicable to our district. But otherwise, I appreciate the policy. Thank you. Oh, and then, sorry, I'm on the same policy on page 15. It talks about penalties for unexcused absenteeism. I would again refer us to follow our discipline matrix so that we are consistent and transparent with our parents and students about how discipline, will be applied throughout the district equitably.
The only thing I'm concerned with, we do need to reference the matrix, but I think we're not going to remove anything from that paragraph, correct? Just add the matrix information, because I just want to because if this goes to court, I'm sure they wrote this the way it's written for a reason. So let's make sure we're not removing anything, but definitely add more to it.
Yeah, we'll only be adding the discipline matrix.
Are there any other questions on this? Statements, thoughts, comments? Before we move on, I do have one. I had the great opportunity to speak, by staff to come to a meeting with some principals this past week. One of the feedback I got from them was they're very concerned about chronic absence and absenteeism of out-of-district and out-of-boundary students. And I think, members, what I took out of that is their concern that there's students who come from either out-of-district or they're in district, but they're out of their homeschool boundary and they're coming to another school and they're chronically late. I know this is talking about absenteeism, but along these lines, from my understanding, there's several students who fall into this category, and the principals feel that if they were going to their home school, it may be better. So I'm not sure where that would fit exactly, because this is more about absences, but I think we're going to hear that come back from them soon. I don't know if we want to try to address it while we're doing this now or at another time. And Ms. Castellanos, you may know where it is. I know this is specifically more about absenteeism, but tardiness is probably their bigger issue. But again, absenteeism as well, because what's happening when they're out of district or out of boundary, they may not have a ride to the school because we're not doing the full transportation, and that's causing a problem. So the principals asked us to look at that, and I assured them I'd bring it to the board. It may just be easier to do now, or maybe we can get staff to survey them, and when we bring this back for a second read, or even prior to the second read, maybe you can get some language, clarify that with them, and we can get that in for the board to review.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm wondering if that would fall under open enrollment. And I do think that there is, maybe it's a standard operating procedure, but you do sign something that says that, you know, you won't, I'm not sure of the language, so I apologize, because my kids were, in fact, on open enrollment at some point while they were here. And so every year we had to sign. And so I wonder if it's just if it falls under the standing operating procedure, but also, you know, is the district administration comfortable with principals basically not renewing an open enrollment for those reasons?
I think so. I think the question that principals brought up is, can we basically cancel anytime during the year the open enrollment, especially when you have kids with, I think one principal brought up 38 absences before Christmas. And at what point can we cancel their open enrollment when they have so many absences or excessive tardies? Before the end of the year.
So we would need to reference that in this policy. So we would need to reference, from what you all are discussing, we'd need to talk about tardiness, and how tardiness may, you know, wind up within the discipline matrix. In the discipline matrix, we would need to then cross-reference some level of discipline for tardiness and up to and including the cancellation of an open enrollment. And then we would also need to change the open enrollment section within this chapter 5. So, would you like to see an addition of the truancy, or not truancy, but of tardiness added into this truancy section?
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up, but I'm pretty sure in the discipline matrix, there is a tardy section as well.
I believe so
Okay.
as well.
But does it include cancellation of open enrollment?
No, I do not believe that.
What would need to be changed in that?
Right.
So I will add a tardy policy, not policy, but just wording around what excessive tardies are. And then as we get to the open enrollment section, let's figure out what wording we're going to want to use to talk about cancellation of open enrollment for excessive truancy. But I believe truancy also counts as tardies, right?
Truancy counts for absences.
Only? Okay, so then we'll have to look at an excessive tardy policy. Any other questions on that policy, that truancy policy?
And tardy is in the discipline matrix.
Okay, so we'll just have to add that small piece.
Yeah, so yeah, I don't know if it would be added to policy and then added to the discipline matrix, but what I found, and this is just kind of a side note, is that the amount of policy, because we're totally changing the handbook, is going to need significant rework for the start of the school year because it references basically all of our old policies.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be in conversation about that as well. Okay, so moving on to, I apologize, let me see. Okay, we're on page 20 now. It is policy 5-105, open enrollment.
I think it's good.
I think 16.
Oh, I apologize. Yes, you are absolutely correct. So on page 16, 5-104, homebound or hospitalized students, we changed this section to say appropriately licensed healthcare provided instead of competent medical doctor. And then we've also changed under students with chronic health problems, and we move from homework to schoolwork. Okay. Any questions? No? Thank you for that catch.
But on page 17, I apologize, there's also a comment. And I know the answer, it says the statute says 3 months, but this says 90 days. So should we be going with what the statute said? Because I still think 90 days doesn't say school days, doesn't say calendar days.
So you're proposing the change to be 3 school months?
Yeah, if that's what the statute says, I think it's clearer if we're following statute.
Any discussion on that?
How
Okay.
do you define, how do
sorry.
you define 3 months? If this starts on May 9th, let's just say, then do you just say June, July, August 9th is 3 months? Or do you say start at the next, or do we just say 90 days? That,
So
What's
the
your-
school months means that if it starts on May 9th, then the next school month is not until August. So August would be the second school month, and then September would be the third school month.
right, so that would change it away from the 90 days because you're gonna have depending on where it falls, you're gonna have a couple 31 days, or if it's February, you would have a 28 days. So the 90,
Correct.
so maybe we should stick, I think it's good we stick with statutes language.
Statutes language says three
3
school
months.
months.
I'm fine with the 90 days. Can we just add the word calendar in there?
Calendar days is very different because we're going to include all weekends. Oh, calendar, sorry.
But
Yes, we
it-
can do that.
Isn't that,
Thank you.
yeah.
Yeah, okay, sorry, I think I do agree 90 days is probably a better way.
So 90 calendar days.
Could we please also discuss page 18?
On page 18, this is number 5. We're talking about the certification date. Ms. Zimmerman had asked what happened if the student is in the process of being certified as homebound.
So my concern, I know it says that this is what the policy states, but we do have the ability to change policy, that it's not retroactive, or is it statute that it's not allowed to be retroactive?
Statute, well, let me get back to you on that. I don't have that off the top of my head. I want to say it's statute, but I'm not positive.
Okay, so I just want to offer why I'm concerned about we're not retroactively. So let's say a student is sick, right? They're not able to come to school. And unfortunately, they're in the process of getting diagnosed with cancer or something that would force them to be home. I don't think it's fair that we penalize students that they're in the process and do end up with a diagnosis. So I hear that the policy says that, but my question is, we're changing policy, and can we allow, my wording that I would propose would be, if a student is diagnosed, then it is allowed to be retroactive, right? That they do finally get a diagnosis. Because I know a lot of times kids are in the process of things and the parents don't know what's wrong yet. So that's my concern.
I think that's a good idea unless statute prohibits it. I do think that's a good idea. Because we are right, there are kids who sometimes the diagnosis is not one trip. It's sometimes they don't even start testing until the child's been hospitalized 2 or 3 times before they really get serious about what this might be.
So it's only retroactive upon diagnosis?
That kind of goes without saying because if there was a diagnosis, then they wouldn't be homebound anyway. It's kind of
Okay, yeah.
redundant.
Well, and there's also the thought of some of these students don't wind up getting diagnosed or getting diagnoses at all because it's a mystery illness, right? And so in that case, if we're in a mystery illness type of a situation, is it a requirement of a diagnosis or just a requirement of a certification? So I think that's what's different for me and the why I'm asking around the language, because if we say diagnosis, they have to have something that's within the diagnosable realms of within the diagnosable realms, right? Of what physicians can actually put down on health insurance paper. And I think
Yeah, I'm
this is
in
the field.
full agreement with you on that. Going back to my day life, we would see kids who've gone for 5, 7, 10, 15 years without a diagnosis. I mean, it's called the diagnostic odyssey because nobody knows what's wrong with them. And sometimes I've seen hundreds of doctors with no diagnosis, but there's clearly something wrong. So requiring a diagnosis may not be the right word. Certification, the doctor can write and say they're, we're going through a process, but they don't have an actual diagnosis to give. They just have a list of symptoms. So requiring a diagnosis may not be the right term. Again, these are like rare diseases, so the likelihood that we're going to get a kid in our district who's got this, but it could happen. And so we don't want to like pigeonhole these people and not be able to get their child all their school, whatever they need, just because they don't have that, code that we can pop in for billing purposes.
And I just want to be clear, like I support what we're saying. I just want to make sure we got the right language.
So I'm wondering if the language then becomes certification is retroactive and will excuse any absence occurring prior to the date of certification.
Because the certification is being done by the district, correct? Like no, okay.
Certification is done by the appropriately licensed medical provider.
Okay, but then they're determining
Correct.
if they need to be homebound with the diagnosis or not. The physician is deciding.
Right.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Can we go back to page 17, number 2, on the certification process? It says a student who will be absent for more than 90 days must provide medical certification from a licensed medical doctor. A student who will be absent for less than 90 days must provide medical certification from a healthcare professional. It seems like either way they need to provide a letter. But at the end of that where it says must provide medical certification from a healthcare professional, again, I think that needs to say appropriate licensed healthcare professional, because you could technically have a dental assistant. And nowadays they consider massage therapists to be healthcare professionals. So you could have that list is so long. So do we look at changing that to say appropriately licensed healthcare professional? Anybody that's certified in the state typically doesn't have the authority to diagnose. But I mean, honestly, it's really only doctors. I think in some aspect, a PA can make a diagnosis, but a medical certification from a healthcare professional, that could be a lot of different people that doesn't put much weight. Everybody knows somebody that can write this letter. Everybody probably knows 3 or 4 people.
I can go through the entire policy and change throughout to say appropriate licensed medical provider, or however we termed it in the previous. So I'll go throughout the policy and change any place it says medical doctor or licensed healthcare provider to appropriately licensed,
Sure.
which then changes that very specifically to absent for any period, right? So that absent for less than 90 days was just a lesser verification than absent for over 90 days.
The way it might even, I don't know if it needs to still be separate because it's a licensed medical doctor versus an appropriate licensed.
Okay.
So like if I don't know how to put it. So I think there would be cases that it might not be an actual doctor, but it's still appropriate if
Appropriate.
that person said you need to stay home for the day or whatever. So I think it still need to be separate, but still say appropriate
Right.
medical on the less than 90-day one.
The less than 90 days is appropriate, and the over 90 days is still a medical doctor.
I mean, I think it's, again, we're doing this, but as the state continues to allow more and more, give more and more authorization to nurse practitioners, family nurse practitioners, physician's assistants, there's times now a physician assistant a lot of times can diagnose a fracture. It used to never be that way, but now they can. And they might say, this is you have a femur fracture, you're probably not coming back to school for 90 days. So I think if we just make it appropriately licensed medical provider, we're covering the bases, and we can look at that, but
You say for both under and over?
maybe for both.
I caution.
I mean, we can keep
for
the medical doctor for the over 90, but definitely for the under 90.
federal law. Yeah,
Right.
that's why I would caution for both, because of federal law. So I would just make sure that anything over 90 days is the appropriately licensed medical
That's fine.
doctor.
Right. But the other one is, you
Professional.
know, under 90 days, if you break your hand, your arm, you go to your orthopedic surgeon, oftentimes it's still a PA that may sign off on that. I think a lot of doctors still have a computer generated thing that has the doctor's signature on it. But I just think if we say appropriately licensed, and the big term in that I think is licensed versus certified healthcare professional. If you're certified, you're working underneath another healthcare provider's license. If you're licensed, then you have the autonomy to work under your own based off what the state gives you jurisdiction to do.
So, if I may, a licensed medical doctor versus licensed medical physician. I think that if we want to leave it as doctor, that's fine. But yeah, in my experience has been nurse practitioners, physician assistant, and doctors are the three that can actually diagnose. That comes back to my working in healthcare for a number of years. But
yeah.
if we want to leave it as medical doctor, that's very specific. And I'm okay with that. It's just over the 90.
Except for a medical doctor is an MD, and you could have a DO that is also a doctor that can do the same thing. That's a
So would it be licensed medical physician? Because I mean, that's,
might be better.
So what I'm understanding is for a student who is absent for more than 90 days must provide a medical certificate from a appropriately licensed medical doctor, and a student who will be absent for less than 90 days must provide a medical certificate from appropriately licensed or whatever healthcare professional.
But I just questioned, do we say in that over 90 day, if we say medical doctor, that's an MD. There are doctors that are DOs that are not MDs, but they have the same, you can have a surgeon that's an MD, you can have a surgeon that's a DO. So do we just say on the first one, licensed?
Well, I thought that's why we're doing appropriately licensed.
So can I make this language consistent with the Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment language? Okay.
Probably.
I will go ahead and make this language consistent with Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment. Is that okay? On page 20, this is 5-105.
But do we have some on 19?
We do not have anything that would change.
Okay.
Well, the question though is this a ranking or is this, so when we do open enrollment, Dr. Mahorn, is there a ranking in which we give preference to if there's a limited amount of space?
Can I, real quick, let me explain the difference here, just so that we're clear. On 5-105, page 19, Minnie, what we're talking about is there's two sections, and one section says the district shall enroll. That is statute. The next section said the district gives enrollment preference to. That is an optional. So the shall piece is a part of statute, and the second piece, that's not priority ranking by any means. That is just the list of what's required by statute with the addition that you all have added with students of employees of the district. Okay. But and so 5 and 6 have been added by you all. Then the bullet points that are underneath that is what may happen. And so that is the district preference. So that's why there's two separate.
But I thought that it was statute that we had to enroll students in foster care and McKinney-Vento and.
Correct.
That's the part on page 20, right? It says the district gives enrollment preference to children who are in foster care.
That is, no, so it's also in number 4, that's the McKinney-Vento
Right.
students classified who are homeless, students whose guardians are the armed, or, yeah, students who are classified as homeless. That's the McKinney-Vento there. So I apologize, I mixed those up. The first 6 are the May of the district, and the last 4 are the ones that are absolute required by law. The foster care, meet the classifications of unaccompanied minors, attend a school that's closing, etc.
Okay, but it still says the district shall give enrollment preference and reserve capacity for all of these people that are listed. So, I just want to make sure that we're clear, that we know what we're saying here, that we shall, meaning we have to, if we put this as shall. So I guess there isn't necessarily a ranking needed because we're saying all of these people are going to be allowed to be open enrolled. Okay.
So we're removing the request for ranking, correct? Because we're reserving the capacity.
Do we need to put language in here that talks about capacity though? If we say shall enroll any student and our school is full, I don't know that we can take additional students.
Regardless of the fullness of the school, students who are in foster care, you have to
I understand that
enroll
one.
them.
I do, but-
Students who are homeless, you have to enroll
Right.
them. So based on that, like, yes, when we're talking open enrollment, that's an entirely,
Okay.
like, for the students who are
Oh,
just
I
in
see. I'm
open
sorry.
enrollment.
This is student enrollment. My apologies. That's
No,
what I was
this
saying.
is open enrollment.
Correct. So these spaces are reserved and they are priority, right? But anybody beyond that, so people who are outside of the district that want to come in, if you're full, you don't have to enroll them. But if you're full and you receive a student who is homeless,
I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to take.
Right, but
so I was,
this is open enrollment. So we are saying that if we are full and a sibling of a student that's already enrolled, essentially, it doesn't matter if they're open enrolled. It just says if they are enrolled, we are going to enroll siblings of students that are already. So if we're already full, and I just want to be clear, I'm not advocating that we don't allow siblings to enroll.
Right.
But I just want us to be clear, that is what we're saying. This is the open enrollment policy.
correct.
So if we want to talk about capacity, I do believe this is the policy and the maybe more in the procedure, but I think we need to be clear in this initial one,
Sorry.
that's okay, that we shall reserve capacity. That's as the policy reads. And so I almost wonder if number 4 and number 5 shouldn't be in this particular, well, it's hard because number 1, you shall enroll resident students. I think that has to be there. And then 2, 3, and 6, I think are where we have the wiggle room. 4 and 5, we do not, as it's listed below. But I know schools in the West Valley that did not renew, not our schools, I'm just saying a different district. They did not renew open enrollment of students that went there the previous year because they are so full. So I think it's up to us to determine
So
the priority.
can I ask for clarification just so I know where we're going with this? In the perfect world, that would this policy then state what you statutorily require first, right? And then the enrollment preferences underneath that in priority ranking. Okay,
I think that that's probably what we need to protect ourselves from what I think Mr. Todd is referring to is if we're at capacity, there has to be a priority enrollment. I didn't say that right. I apologize. But a priority order in which we process open enrollment maybe is the correct term.
my other question along those lines is it says, okay, I know we have to accept the students that are, McKinney-Vento and that sort of thing. But so if that child's currently homeschool is Liberty, but the parent, the foster parent or the parent, whether we're talking homeless or we're talking a foster situation, any different things, does that mean that they can pick any school in the district regardless, or does that mean we have to enroll them in our district? So let's just say their homeschool is Liberty and the parent says, absolutely not. I want to send my child to Blue Horizon, and Blue Horizon is over capacity. Do we have to take them there, or do we just have to accept them into our district, into a school that has capacity?
So
Or specifically to their homeschool? Obviously we have to take them here. If it's full, it's full. We got to figure out something. But can they just pick and choose where they want to go?
So it's the homeschool of the residents that they're in. So with foster children, right, we have to enroll them in, their first priority is the school of origin,
Okay.
right? Whichever school that they are leaving into a foster care situation, and then it's on the district to figure transportation and all of that out. If they choose to go to school, or if they choose that they want to be in the school near the foster home, then it is the priority enrollment goes to the priority of the school that is closest, that they're within boundaries of that school. It is up to the district if they want to move to a different site, but that's not a typical thing that happens. Usually the foster families will send them to the school that's closest to whatever home they're in.
Okay.
Okay, so it's my understanding that I will go ahead, I'm going to go through this policy and just list for your review, I'll list the shalls first, that is statutorily required, and then we will go give a priority ranking. My question is, after the statutorily requirement, what is the priority that you would like to see listed?
So we're saying number one, resident students is a shall, correct? Okay. So I would go in the order. I think I would go in the order that it's listed. So I would go 2, 3, and 6 as the order.
2, 3, and 6. Okay. Any other conversation? All right.
No, I think as our district grows, this becomes more of a challenge, just the scheduling and everything else does. We used to never have 2 school dances on the same night. We never had anything happening. As we get bigger, we're running out of, we've suddenly with school 8, we're out of days of the week. We kind of lost that a few years ago, actually. But even with number 6, students of employees of the district, as the teacher shortage continues, you may have a teacher who says, I can teach in your district if my child can come there. If we make that the lowest priority, we may lose a teacher. So I don't know what, on the same lines though, I hate to tell somebody who's been coming to school for the last 4 years, or that 8th grader who's gone to their school for the last 7 years, sorry, you're not going to graduate at your school because we now need to bring the new teacher's child in here. As we talk about classroom capacity, I just surfaced that for discussion as to what the correct answer for the situation is. When we had 1 school, 2 schools, and we needed a total of 20 teachers, it was pretty easy. As we continue to grow, this becomes a challenge. So what becomes the priority? And I think the order is fine, but I think it sets us up at some point that we might lose a teacher. So great, you can come out of district or you can come out of school boundary, but you're not going to have a teacher this year because we couldn't let that teacher's student come to the campus.
I mean, I know these are really tough decisions, but we do know that in developmental psychology that it is important for a student to remain in the school that they're in for as long as possible, and that
Agree.
it is a significant burden for the student to switch schools. So personally, as I'm looking at this priority ranking, it looks like you all are following the lines of developmental psychology.
Which, again, I'm just surfacing this because I do agree. But I think studies also show having a highly qualified teacher in a classroom is good as well. So instead, you're going to get an emergency certified teacher because we couldn't hire this highly qualified teacher because we couldn't get their child or children into our school district. So I don't think there's a right answer. I think there's several wrong answers, unfortunately. And as a board, we get in a situation a lot, but I just throw that out there for a process for the board to think about, because inevitably I think this will come back to us at some point, not to change the order that's agreed upon, but to say whatever order we pick, maybe we have a situation where that wasn't the best order. So again, it's just, if anybody wants to reconsider, talk about it. Otherwise, like I said, I don't think there is a perfect answer.
I do agree that I don't think there's necessarily a right answer, just an answer that we try to agree upon. But I think that with the students of employees of the district, enrolling one student, for a teacher will have much of a less impact if we leave that at the bottom versus students returning from the prior year. That's going to affect a lot more students. And so I think it would be easier to have room for one versus some of our schools, I want to say have 20%, open enrollment students, not from outside the district, but inside the district. So I just think if we move that down, it's going to affect significantly more students. So
Yeah, Ms. Monroe, I'm fine with your proposal. I just
no, I understand. No, I'm just offering, and again, I'm not saying that my ranking is correct either, because I agree it's a difficult decision. I'm just thinking through the different ideas and the impact that it would have to class size and staffing.
I'm good. We can carry on.
Okay, moving on to page 21, 5-105A. This is under section A, general open enrollment. There were some just quick revisions added in here about resident schools and students of district employees.
Again, I think we'll need to look at the wording though, because it says the district will reserve capacity for and grant enrollment preference to students residing within the boundaries, but then returning students' siblings. I think we'll need to change that language, to reflect, leave the residing within the attendance boundaries of the school, but then we'll give preference open enrollment in priority order or something to that effect.
So, question here. It does kind of say that it says as the capacity allows. So this one says as capacity allows, but the other one says we have to keep space for them. But this one says we only have to enroll them if there's space.
Yeah, so this is for the general open enrollment. So there are groups that we have to reserve the capacity for, and I'll clarify that language in the previous policy. But this is specific to after we've reserved the capacity for X, then these are open enrollment as capacity allows.
Good. I think that was kind of our questions too about having to maintain. So we only have to maintain for the required, like the Foster and the McKinney-Vento. But after that, if we're capacity, we don't have to accept open enrollment if they don't fall underneath those mandatory ones, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And then for, my comment at the bottom, you know, and I see the response from the district. My concern with wanting to reduce the amount of time when we update the website is so that we don't allow our classrooms to get over capacity and then need to look for another teacher for a section or have to pay compensation for over the class maximum. And so if we allow for open enrollment and we're not evaluating the class size more frequently than 12 weeks, I think it could put ourselves in a difficult position, because if it's posted on the website, do we have to enroll them because it says we have room when in reality we actually don't if we were to look at the class sizes?
So it's not a you have to enroll them. If it says open enrollment available, what's going to happen is you apply for open enrollment, and then that principal will look to see if they have the capacity.
Okay.
Right. So just because it's on the website and says that we are open for this does not mean your application will be approved. Part of the
Okay.
approval process is the assessment of class size.
Okay.
Moving on to page 22. And this again is 5-105A. This is section C, the priority of admissions area. And I think this is just going to need to be, the language is going to need to be made consistent throughout the policy. And then we're also looking at removing the district may provide transportation to students accepted for open enrollment, even when not required to do so based upon the district's capacity to do so. So Ms. Zimmerman is proposing that we remove this language entirely and take that option off the table.
I think we've been doing this for some staff members that either teach at West Star or Estrella already. This came up about a year and a half ago, where there were some arrangements where some staff members were having their students transported down. I know Ms. Camp had some special arrangements worked out. This might have an impact on staff currently. I'm gonna have to go back through some detailed notes, but I'm pretty sure we were transporting some staff members' students from either Estrella or West Star. They came from another area and we got them down. I need to look at that. I can follow back up with you.
Dr. Mahorn,
Do we get reimbursement on that if it's out of?
No,
pure
we
cost?
shouldn't be busing any open enrolled kids, so I don't know why we would be, but
We could talk about that, but I remember this came up, I want to say about 2 years ago. Became a little bit of an issue because we were transporting some staff members, if I remember correctly, and I don't want to get
Yeah.
quoted on the public record if I'm wrong, but if memory serves me correctly, we were doing this and have been doing this for some staff
that
down.
must have been before I got here. But no, we shouldn't be transporting any open enrolled kids at all.
Okay.
Students, I should say. We should not be, so.
And I just want to clarify that this is for only students that were not legally required to, for like McKinney-Vento. This would, I just want to be clear for the record that I absolutely would follow statute, but this is for, you know, these kinds of situations,
For Foster, McKinney-Vento, that's a totally different.
totally different. But this is just for students that choose to go to a different school within the district is where I think this would apply. And again, this wouldn't apply to special education students or anything like that because that's covered under the law.
Right.
But, you know, due to a financial situation, I just think we don't need it.
Okay, Mr. President, if I may.
You may.
So how might this affect when, I guess, I'm trying to think different scenarios. And we have Loretta Zumbro opening. Obviously, they have their boundaries, but we have specific, you know, preschool's going to be over there, and I know we don't transport the preschool kids.
Special education.
Well, right, but you know, just trying to think of how, you know, leaving this in here, but making it not so that it's based on upon the district's capacity to do so, but more of a, you know, almost like a waiver type situation that administration or the board can approve on a certain situation. I'm trying to think outside the box on this, because if this is coming from statute, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not,
no.
okay. I'm just,
It's just providing the district an option.
yeah, I don't know that striking it out completely, because then we don't ever have the option to utilize it if we need to do so for whatever reason that may arise. But I'm just thinking if there may be a situation where, you know, we need to utilize it, it'd be nice if it was here and you had some kind of a process to approve it on a case-by-case basis.
Mr. President, for me.
You may.
I think outside of our requirements from the law to pick up the certain groups, I don't think we should be providing transportation to other students. I agree with striking that out.
So I guess what I will say is if we look at an area like Freedom, where they border another district, their back fence is literally out of district. And you've got 30 kids in that general area that's just outside of the walk to school zone. In this day and age where we have open enrollment, and this is what's starting to be recognized by charter schools all over the place, is they're starting to get bus systems, is they'll go right into your area and bring some kids over, because that $5,000, $4,000 you get per student helps with your ADM. Maybe we look at a way of even offering transportation with a fee, if applicable. But in this day and age with open enrollment, I think the more we handcuff enrollment, the more likelihood we are to start getting into having issues of low ADM, and that becomes it's always looking downstream. And as bad as I hate what our legislature has done with this ESA program and everything else, I have to agree. I like what Vice President Kenyon is saying, and maybe we just hold this, because I'm sure the only reason I'm not going to go say I'm 100% sure is because if I do, I'll be wrong. But I'm almost positive we're already doing this with several. I don't know how many, but a number of students that live outside of the Estrella or Westar boundaries, and that we're getting them down from the Blue Horizons area or somewhere up in that area. So maybe we can do a little research and bring this back in some edited notes. But I do think we need to be cautious just tying the hands of administration, because if we've got a pocket, the other one as we open up Zumbro, again, we're getting to the outer edge of our boundaries over there. So there may be an opportunity to move some students over. Not to mention, I think our buses kind of move around anyway. I think in the case I'm talking about bringing kids to the one of the Estrella or Westar schools, they have to ride a bus to one school and then they pick up another bus. It's kind of like almost a public transit system. You got to make a transfer somewhere to get, because that bus does a reposition to the south end of the district to start a new route, and that's how it works. But to just say no might really be handcuffing. I don't know, what are you?
In my experience, we have, in a previous district, we have allowed kids to ride the bus who weren't eligible, but only if they've paid. We haven't allowed kids to ride the bus out of district, but if within district to different schools, but it's purely if they've paid to ride the bus. If they weren't eligible to ride a bus, they've had to apply and been able to ride the bus if they've paid to ride the bus.
So that was one of my concerns, is financial. And then another thing, if we decide to leave this in there, I think we need to be very specific, because I don't want to grant one person because it's only like a 5-mile drive, and then we have somebody who open enrollment from Phoenix, and now they're like, well, why aren't you doing mine?
Right.
Oh, because it was a teacher you approved it, and because I'm not a teacher, you're not. So that's one of the concerns I have. So if we do leave it in there, I think we need to be, like you're saying, come back and spend some time and like really set some requirements for it.
And in my previous district, it was only if there was a bus in the area. If there was already a bus in the area, then you could ride that bus. If there was already a previous established route,
Right.
then you would be able to.
I mean, I guess with schools, it's a very bad analogy, but it's the only one I can think of at the time. And you look at, at these days, it's about bringing students in and providing that opportunity to educate them. I think their parents are making a good decision bringing them to any one of our schools. My thought, so the analogy is you see like the Gila River Casino, and man, they offer free bus rides from every senior center around because it's bringing people in. There's a cost to it, but the benefit is once you get them there, they make that money back. So again, I don't want to mix gambling with schools. That's not it, but you just see some of these things happen where they are recognizing, and I believe we want every possible student because if you live anywhere where we can get a bus, coming to this district is going to give you the best education in the area. And so, and we want those. We want our schools full. We want to have multiple families coming in and new perspectives and all those things. So I just hate to eliminate it completely without fleshing this out a little bit more. I do agree, though, it needs to be fair. We need to have a policy in place because I think the way this surfaced, if I remember right, was there was no policy. It was kind of we'll just do this over here. And then it came to light because somebody else asked for it. Oh, we don't do that. Oh, you're doing it. So that's, so, all right, move on to 23.
Five 106 on page 23. I want to spend a moment here because there was a question about the district allowing students who are homeschooled to play sports and what the fees are for those. Those fees cannot be different. So they have to remain consistent across the board, and that is statute. Is there anything else on 23, President Todd? Are we okay to move to the next section? On page 26, 5-202. This language that's offered here is language about defining a 504 plan. And I just want to note that the next two policies or the next section of policies is all IDEA and 504 policies. So this is all federal law requirements.
Thank you for adding this in here. The only thing that I would offer there's just a couple of things. So under a 504 plan, it says for students with a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more major life activities. Okay, that's fine. So then the last bullet point on page 26, developed by a team knowledgeable about the student based on the evaluation of how the disability affects learning. I think it should not say learning, it should say major life activities because that's how it's referred to 3 bullets above. So I'm just trying to be consistent.
That my only concern with that is that you're asking teachers that can only evaluate, so teachers and professionals who can only evaluate how the student learning is impacted, right? So they can't evaluate major life activities. They can only evaluate the learning process.
Okay, but a 504 could be developed for a student with a mobility disorder that needs help moving about the campus, but they don't need help with learning. So,
but it's impacting their learning environment. Do you see what I'm saying? So we can change it. I just want to be clear that the professionals that will write a 504 for a school are not typically addressing major life. I'm sorry, what was the language here?
major life activities.
Right?
So,
So they are assessing how it's impacting their learning. So if they are moving them from one section to another or how they are mobile around the campus, that's because it's for the learning environment specifically.
so could we add maybe, if you don't feel that major life activities, but how the ability affects their access to education? I just think learning is a little specific in terms of what we're referring to with a 504.
Okay.
And then continuing the language, the proposed language, the last bullet require special education services to act, instead of saying to benefit from their education, to access a free and appropriate education. But again, I appreciate the language. I think it's helpful.
Question: do you know where the language came for the 504 plan and all the bullets?
Bullets. Yeah, so that I basically offer, or what I'm offering here is a revision of what the current policy states and something that's in accordance with the federal law. So it came from a combination of those things. So as we move on to page 28 under educational services, we're talking about linking into the IDEA policy. So this is that link that was offered there. Moving down the page, we are going to the Director of Special Education versus the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Is this one of those places we don't want to be super specific with names or position?
Well, position I think is okay. It's the name that becomes the, if you were to say send this, as it was originally written, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, if it said send it to Stephanie Mahorn, and Stephanie Mahorn was no longer here, we've got a whole revision of, we got to go rewrite, do a first read, a second read to change the policy. If we just put in there Director of Human Resources, or we put Director, in this case now the red line, of Special Education, it's going to that person, whoever it is.
And the phone number is the district phone number. So if, you know, that person isn't there, then, or they're on vacation or, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so moving on to page 29, 5-202.a. We're adding into, what is this one? Under section B, the second paragraph, we're adding parents into that. Moving on to page 30, under placement procedures, on bullet point 3, we're adding in consultation with the child's parent or guardian. Under section E, education services, we're adding in accommodations to access regular education services instead of replacing the language of special education.
And just to be clear, it's because the access to special education is provided under an IEP.
So that is going to be a part of the language changes that have been requested throughout. And while I understand what you're saying of like the access to special education, that is the consistent language that is used within the 504 federal law. So this policy was written by the attorneys that specialize in that for the state of Arizona, and they are using special education so that it is consistent with the current federal law.
I understand. It's very hard because in a 504, it is meant for accommodations. And if you're receiving special education services, like if you're receiving minutes, that's an IEP.
So the proposed change is the removal of special education and moving it to accommodation for access to regular education services. On page 31, this is the fourth paragraph, when a section 504 plan is designed and approved instead of the word develops. These are approved, 504 plans are designed, developed by the staff level, by the committee at the staff or building committee that is assigned.
So on that one, I apologize. So what we're saying is that all staff who work with the students shall be informed of the plan, but not until the plan is approved. That's what this is saying. This is saying it's designed and approved. When it's approved, then all staff will be informed. That's why I think developed was there originally. As you're developing it, the staff who's involved understand what's going on. So this just kind of limits.
Yeah, it limits so all of the staff that are working with the students are helping design the 504 plan. However, those actual accommodations are not put into effect until it is approved, right? And so the teachers are not physically required to follow that 504 plan until it's approved. So when it says here that the plan is developed, that is one step in the process where everybody comes together and develop. It is not a part of meeting the federal requirements until it is approved. Moving on to page 33 and 5-203, students with disabilities. And I'd like to go for about another 15 minutes and then take a break. Is that okay with everyone?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock break.
Can I ask or make a comment about page 32? I apologize.
32.
So this grievance and due process procedures, it seems to limit parents or students who feel unlawfully discriminated against or who have been the victim of unlawful discrimination. It doesn't seem to be a policy to grievance if they disagree with the qualification or obviously not qualification of a student or the a placement of the student. So on an earlier page, is that grievance process part of the procedural safeguards that they're able to question, I guess, the qualification or not qualification?
For the 504 plan,
Correct.
I will need to do research and get back to you on. So specifically your question is.
So, that's what my question is listed on page 32 is, and when it says that it's covered under 5-20A, which is this policy that we're talking about, the trust answer is that it's covered in this policy. But when I look at the grievance right here where we're at, I only, at least how I'm reading it, and if I'm reading it incorrectly, please let me know. But the way that I'm reading it is this particular grievance process is if you feel that you've been discriminated against, not if you disagree with the qualification or placement.
So if you disagree with the qualification or placement, that is under the procedural safeguards.
Okay.
So the procedural safeguards above this, the district shall develop an opportunity for parents and legal guardians of the students to an impartial hearing. So if I disagree with the placement or the 504 accommodations that were used or implemented or
Okay.
not, right?
Yes.
then That's.
Okay.
correct.
I just wanted to clarify. Thank you very much.
So page 33. In this section, we're asking for is an introduction. Now, if we agree that we need an introduction here, we will need to have legal write that introduction, because the copyright infringement and also the federal laws. So my question is the introduction something that the board wants? And this is on page 33 under 5-203 for IDEA.
I need to look back at this policy that I referenced here, this IHB. I apologize. I thought I looked at the things that needed to be drafted. When I requested this, it was just something similar to what you did with the 504. I just think it's a nice and when I look at our old policy, I see this like, that that the district, the board commits to fulfilling kind of our lawful. And maybe people don't agree that we need an introduction, and, it's the will of the board. But just to jump right into child find, I really liked what you did with the 504 introduction. So it just be something similar. And I don't know if you feel like that needs legal review.
Because the language is so specific and because this is such a hot button topic, it would have to have legal review.
Okay. I'll leave it up to the rest of the board.
Has the trust done an introduction for anybody else has adopted their policies?
I would need to ask that question.
Okay. Maybe you can ask that and get back to us.
If they have, would you prefer that I use that policy or that introduction? Okay, and if they have not, would you want an introduction added? Because I would hate to have to bring this back for an additional unread, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think, with what you stated, if the trust had already done an introduction, we can start with that and make sure we're good with that. If they haven't, then looking at legal review and trying to figure out how to make that work.
Moving on to page 40 of the same policy.
On page 33, the answer, so, the district shall establish and implement and disseminate written procedures for the identification and referral of all children with disabilities from age 3 through 21. It had birth. So I understand the trust answers here because we are having meetings for students prior to age 3. However, we're not providing them from birth. So I don't want to tie the district's hands and a parent come and say, well, you need to be providing services for my student. So I don't know. I'd have to look at the child find to know when the meeting occurs. I want to say it's 2 years, 9 months, but it could be 2 years, 6 months. I just don't recall.
My question is if this is what's if birth is in the IDEA federal policy, do we want to change it?
Okay, so
That's my question, because I need to go reference statute to see if that's true or not.
I mean, if it's in statute, but I don't think school districts, this,
Statute, I apologize, IDEA federal requirements.
and yeah, I mean, if it's a federal requirement, no, I don't want to change it. But I think the state is responsible from 0 to 3, and then the school district is responsible from 3 on. But the meetings do happen before the child turns 3. I'm 100% sure of that. So I agree that maybe the age 3 isn't appropriate, but there is a very specific timeline with AZIP as to when a meeting occurs within the school district so that a child is prepared to start on the day that they turn 3.
Yeah, if federal requirements say birth, I'm okay with it being birth. I don't know that, I don't know if a situation that's ever came up where the district's been responsible to provide to kids under 3, but I would just as soon just leave it birth and leave that there.
Moving on to page 40.
There's a note on page 34. The second note says, B says the district must make reasonable efforts to obtain the informed consent from the parent for initial evaluation. And the legal answer is parent consent is needed to evaluate. So I think it should not say make reasonable efforts. I think it should say shall. The district shall obtain the informed consent. And just for reference, on page 35, number 4, it says the district must obtain informed consent. So just trying to make it consistent.
Page 40. Okay, on page 40, under number 4, and this is same policy. The district, we're looking to remove some of the language. And I will open that up for discussion if there's any discussion about the language that's being removed there. No? Okay. The other thing I wanted to ask you all about is if we wanted to put the specific discrepancy percentages, or if that felt too limiting.
My reason for putting the percentage in policy is that somebody could come back and say, well, there's a 2% discrepancy. And, when we qualify children for special education, we are then, when we write an IEP, we're federally required to follow that. And so I think the discrepancy percentage is important, and it's going to come up 3 pages later on page 43 that I want to compare to. So
Okay.
that's my request.
And Dr. Mahorn, do you know, I know we've mentioned like the standard discrepancy model is 15%. Can you provide me with language that I can add for the discrepancy percentage?
I've got this from Kay Hamrick,
Uh-huh.
the 15%. So if you'd like additional language, I could reach out to her and get more specific.
Yeah, because when we start to add this 15% each way from 100 bell curve, I need language that doesn't seem to make sense to me.
Yeah, that's
I know that there's like a specific language that happened.
Yeah. From my understanding, it's from the norm, 15% kind of either way. And I can't pull probably the specific, the best language forward, but yeah.
If we could just pull what language could be used in policy, that would be understandable.
yeah, I can reach out to her. She can give me more specific.
Thank you. If we could move on to page 42. We're still in the same policy. So on this one, we're just adding district administrators to the additional group members. And that will take us right at the 10 o'clock mark.
Perfect. Take about a 10-minute recess. We'll rejoin at 10:10. Wilson recess. Show us back in the session. On page 43, I would just remind everyone we've got a lot more pages to go. We're on page 43 of 187. So if we can maybe continue to stick with Ms. Castellanos' original plan and move this along. I don't want to miss anything, but at the same time, I don't want to carry this meeting on until tomorrow either, I don't think so. It's we'll carry forward on page 43.
Speaking on page 43, we want to address and make the language consistent throughout. So as we had discussed about the discrepancy language on page 42, we're going to go ahead and add that discrepancy language throughout.
Correct. So from the definition on page 40 about a specific learning disability, we'll just change section A, that a child has a discrepancy between ability and achievement on grade level standards in one or more of the following areas.
Moving on to page 45, I will be adding in the class size maximum procedures that they are the class sizes here.
Okay, I was going to say, as I looked at this, if the board preferred not to tie our hands with the specific numbers, I would be comfortable if there was a sentence added that said the board shall establish pupil teacher ratios annually. And so it just ensures that we are reviewing those, which I think we have to. It just puts it in policy. I mean, I'm open to either, but I was trying to be cognizant of other board members and not being so specific.
I like not putting the specific ratios in there.
Agreed.
Moving on to page 48, this is the same policy ID. Here, we're adding in words, but not limited to. So this is specifically talking about programs and services that are available to non-disabled students, including but not limited to arts, etc. There was a section on page 49, but we are going to remove that requirement because it's already covered in statute, or I'm sorry, in policy. Moving on to page 52. This was more consistency of language. I'm sorry, did you?
Yeah, this is about being able to excuse a team member, and I was concerned about an administrator or the LEA being able to be excused. And so, it says practically the district would not be able to conduct an IEP meeting without the presence of a district representative. It doesn't specify that in the policy language, though. It says, a member of the IEP team described in 1B through 1I. So let's see what 1A is. Sorry, the IEP team.
So the 1A is a parent and a legal guardian.
Okay, so it is allowing, this policy as it reads is allowing the district representative to not attend if, the parent and legal guardian and the district agree. So I guess we could argue that the district is not going to agree. I just would prefer us to put a caveat that the district administrator or the LEA is not able to not attend the meeting. I think it's a legal protection, frankly, for the district.
I think if we put it in there, then it does the opposite. That means they have to be there. It doesn't legally protect us if they have to leave for some reason. This is not saying that we're ever going to just let them leave, but it's protect us, I believe, if for some reason they have to not be there.
Well, the IEP meeting can't be called without a district representative, right? So like a parent's not going to have an IEP meeting by themselves.
But
So
could
there's
they
going
have
to
one with
be-
a teacher and a teacher is not a district administrator or an LEA. A teacher doesn't act in the administrator role. So could a parent and a teacher call an IEP meeting?
Then it wouldn't be considered an IEP meeting. The district administrator or the LEA has to call the meeting. So that is the reason why the trust put this language in here. The IDEA permits the IEP team. That answer is because the actual meeting is called by one of these people.
Okay.
So to excuse them, you can't excuse yourself from a meeting you called, otherwise the meeting is canceled.
Okay. I accept, but I do think it's confusing.
We also added in language under parent participation that says and be considered an equal member of the team. And then remove or made language consistent in section 2. On page 54, number 3, we added in teacher who is responsible for implementing the IEP. Okay, that is going to take us all the way to page 73. This is policy 5-204. It's IDEA. And it is page 73.
So my thought here is, it says that once the SPED director has verified the student's parents have their educational rights severed, they reach out to ADE to assign a surrogate parent. So would we just add when the district will have a method for determining when a surrogate parent is needed? And, you know, are we following, is that statute that we reach out to ADE, or, okay, could that language just be added so that it's clear that ADE is making the determination of a surrogate parent and not the district?
So what is the language that you would like to add to number 2?
Maybe just that the district will follow ADE guidelines for determining when a surrogate parent is needed and making surrogate parent assignments.
Okay, moving on to page 88.
Okay, on page 80, there is a comment, and it talks about how that second paragraph.
Second,
Oh, sorry.
Page 80 is 5-205A.
Apologize. The second paragraph, it says students shall be served in gifted programs who score at or above 97th percentile, unless them or on any, okay, students who score below the 97th percentile may also be served. And I would just ask that we add as detailed in gifted scope and sequence. So it's clear how that is determined, how they're, qualified, I guess.
Okay, page 88. This is policy 5-207, and we're talking about curriculum adoption. Here we added in, I just wanted to bring to your attention, this is the approved policy that was, or the policy that was revised and approved on September of last year. Okay. Page 89, curriculum adoption K-8. We rewrote this language in order to make sure that things were very specific and to address the comments and concerns. Any questions about that language? Page 90. There is a suggestion to go from majority of all voting committee members to an equal percentage. So it says procedures to encourage parental involvement on all selection and adoption committees such that parents may comprise versus a majority, they're suggesting an equal percentage.
I don't like the an equal percentage because that means that if one parent shows up, they have an equal percentage versus whoever else makes up that versus majority. Hold on, let me reread this. I apologize.
So I think the idea, just to give everyone a heads up, the idea behind this edit is that, it's really difficult to get parents to attend curriculum meetings. And then when we require that they make up the majority, that reduces the number of highly qualified teachers who can be involved, right? So if I can only find one parent to show up, then I can't have any more than one teacher there.
Okay. No, I understand that. Okay. Thank you.
And, as I reread this, I even think an equal percentage is difficult. So if we can only get one parent, then are we saying we can only have one member, one teacher? And do we only want one teacher previewing curriculum? I completely understand the intent of the policy to involve parents. I want parents involved, but I also don't want to limit teachers and staff who we've hired to be able to help preview curriculum. So as I reread it, I don't even know if equal is the right word. It does say may, so I feel like it gives us a little wiggle room. It doesn't say shall. So I'm okay with it with that understanding.
Okay, moving on to page 94. This is policy 5-210, special interest materials. We removed one section because it had to do with 9th grade. And then the section underneath that, hold on just a second, because that might need. So the section underneath that we're removing unless teaching an authorized class described above. And then in section 5-211 class sizes, are we asking for specific class ratios to be put in here or board approved, as we mentioned in the previous policy? Board approved. And is it annually you approve all of those? Okay. On page 96, President Todd is requesting discussion if these groups should be allowed. So I'll let you.
Well, my question always becomes with non-curricular student clubs, that becomes a slippery slope. If you allow one, you have to allow them all. Or at least you're going to be in litigation discussing if you need to or not. So I just wanted to surface to the board because I don't think it's an issue currently. But as I say all the time, policy adoption today doesn't have much effect. You're usually trying to be ahead of the challenge that's going to come in the future. And this may become an issue later. So should we allow non-curricular student groups on campus, or should we just disallow them altogether?
Well, on page 98, it says the district does not permit non-curricular student groups.
Right, but then we have it here, so I
Right.
think we just need to, it's which is it? And so if we say we allow it here, we get to the next part, that's kind of my
Yeah, I agree.
notes. I'm more comfortable just not allowing them. The challenge to that, maybe we have to define what that is. Is 4-H, to me, that is a curricular group. We have ag program that's an ag area. I don't want to exclude the good. But I remember a case several years ago up in northern Arizona where they had one group on and then it became a whole different group. And I don't even want to go into too many details because I don't want to give that bad group an idea now. So I just question where we should be with this, and I wanted to get feedback from the board to see where they're at.
If I can interject my 2 cents, I asked all the principals, each of them, if they had any non-curricular groups, and the groups that they thought were non-curricular ended up being curricular. One said that they last year had a chess club, but this year they don't have a chess club. One principal said they wanted to start band, which technically wouldn't be non-curricular. One said they're hoping to start some kind of STEAM group, which to me would still be a curricular group, but that's it. No one had a non-curricular.
But again, that's great today. That's not
Right,
great in 5
yeah.
years. But your point to the chess club, to me, if you're smart enough to play chess, there is some curricular activity in that. I think you're really thinking and you're moving your brain. You're exercising that. So where do you draw the line on what's curricular and what's not curricular? But again, as I said, today it's great. Today, a lot of things are happening. We don't need policy. It's when somebody knocks on your door in 5 years and you don't have a policy to stop it, they can come right through the front door. And that's may not be in our best interest. And I have no predisposed notion of what that organization may be. Like I said, my mother served on a school board years ago, and they did get an organization that came in that cost them a lot of money in litigation. They ended up losing, and the event that took place was absolutely horrific. Going to leave it at that because, again, I don't want to give that organization any more ideas or anybody else.
So it looks like the current policies is saying that no, you all are not allowing non-curricular groups. Is that where we want to stand?
Or do we define it is the chess club? Because I will tell you the members that were in that chess club greatly benefited from it when they had it a few years ago. Is that curricular or non-curricular? Do we identify?
Chess club
Some
would
of
be
this?
non-curricular.
Right, which that's so common on schools. So I'm uncomfortable saying we can't have a chess club because I think that is really exercising the brain, giving people a lot of thought process. They're working. That's different than other organizations that could surface.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I think it needs to be defined a little more. I'm not sure if I support like there's a blanket statement saying non-curricular students. I think we need to define a little more and what is approved and not.
So on page 98, there is all non-curricular student groups, and this was the language that was edited out. We can add that back in with a couple more caveats if you would like.
Yeah, is there a way, because thinking that a chess club would be considered non-curricular and you wouldn't be allowed to have it is kind of blows my mind. Like there's so many things that you learn from playing chess. My son's old school, it actually was part of their curriculum. They had chess lessons in their classroom because it's so good for them. So if there was a way in the thing that was at the part that was edited out, if we could work in that the group be able to tie it into, so it's maybe not directly curricular, but can you tie it back to something? So chess club, you could tie back to problem solving, strategy. You know, there's definite benefits to it that would then benefit you in the classroom as well, versus, I don't even know what other sort of club I could come up with, but one that is really completely removed from an educational purpose. I don't know how easy that would be, but that's sort of where my brain is going, so that we can allow students to have something like chess club, but not necessarily I think the things like President Todd was referring to that just really are more disruptive.
So I'm wondering if I look back towards like the curriculum adoption section and there's some language about what's included and excluded there, that I can attempt to propose some language. Can I come up with a proposition for the language? Because I'm trying to think like clubs that could be problematic for a K-8 district. And then clubs that could be beneficial, simply tying it back, and this is a little bit of me thinking out loud, but just simply tying it back to a standard. I can tie absolutely any club back to an educational standard.
Yeah.
Right? And I mean, absolutely any club. However, I think that there are some guardrails that we might be able to find in the curriculum adoption language that might help. So if you all will allow me the time, I'll go ahead and revamp some of that wording and we'll add back in. Okay, moving on to policy 5-213. This will be on page 103. So there's two major edits here. The first being on section C.2, adding in national or state organizations. And then in section D, there is conversation about moving this from a letter grade of D or better to a letter grade of C or better. And so I'd like to open that up to the board for conversation. And then there's also a proposed edit on number 3 about adding in good citizenship and appropriate conduct as well.
When we're talking about interscholastic extracurricular activities, the student has a letter grade of D or better. And then we go to the next page under passing grade. It said if the passing grade of the student is C.
That is what is up for discussion now.
So yeah, that's where, I don't know, to me, I would rather
If I may,
yeah.
I've always struggled with a D. It's somewhere considered passing, but a D is greatly struggling. The days as we continue to prepare our students for college, for vocational schools, all that get scholarships, the days of you're the star quarterback, so we're going to let you slide and miss all your classes and come in with a low GPA, have gone away. Now, in order to get a scholarship to be that quarterback, more and more, you have to have pretty close to a 4.0 grade point average, and you have to be good at the sport. I think this is following along the lines of what we're trying to do in education as well, is continue to raise the bar. And I don't think that a C is too much to ask for our athletes to be focused on achieving. I know many parents already require their student to have a C or better, but if you have a student that has a D, I think that's a low bar. It's a very low bar to achieve. I C makes it, we're raising the bar, and that's what we need to continue to do in education is raise the bar.
And that's kind of what my point was. I would rather see this go to a C for extracurricular activities. I know that there's going to be some parents out there that don't like that, but it's really, it's a team, these are team sports. And I like that idea of raising the bar, and if they want to be involved in these extracurricular activities, they need to put a little more effort into their studies, something that they're going to be taking from their education. So I would agree with raising it to a C to be consistent.
And I don't know if, because this is interscholastic, we may need to look at it as well to be on student council, to be on the other organizations. I don't think it's fair to just say sports has to be a C or above, but we need to continue to raise the bar. And I think this is a carrot for students to continue to push to get better, because they want to be involved in all of those extracurricular activities. And our primary job here is maintaining that. Now, if they're at a D, does that kick them off the team? No, but maybe they're ineligible and they need to have a letter where they can bring that back up. Weekly grade check, if they get into a D class, I don't think they should be out for the whole semester necessarily. We can talk about that, but I definitely think if you have a D at any time on a weekly grade check, or maybe it is once you hit a D on your report card, you're out until the midterm. That truly raises the bar, and I feel pretty strongly about this one.
Mr. President, may.
You may.
So I'm kind of torn here. I believe that the high school requires students to have a D. That's correct, right?
Most high schools, yes.
Okay.
There is D or better.
So, we would be raising the expectation higher than what the high school expectation is. And I'm not saying I'm opposed to it. But I think this is something that would have to be very clearly communicated to our families, because this would be a significant change. And a lot of our students, are very excited about sports, and this is a motivator for them. So I would not be in agreement of removing them if they had a D. I think that students should have the opportunity every week to have a grade check, and that is what my one of my additions was, because I think if you rule them out entirely, they'll just give up. But if they feel like they have the opportunity in a week, then they're more likely to work towards that goal. In terms of citizenship and the behavior part, I think this is an important addition. But I just think it needs to be a little bit more specific, that again, we're adhering to the discipline matrix so that it's applied the same across the whole district. And so it's not left to interpretation. So I would suggest that students who engage in behavior that violates school policies and results in discipline as assigned through the discipline matrix may be deemed ineligible for participation. But again, then that's going to be up to the principal if we say may. And so do we want to be specific? If you've had a referral that week, you're ineligible, and again, I know that the word is going to be like, well, we're tying our hands. And so I'm not in disagreement. I'm just surfacing it for discussion as we think about how it's applied through our schools differently. Because I definitely think people talk across the district when it comes to sports, and ensuring that we are treating each school fairly. So I want to be careful here.
And I hear what you're saying on the matrix. Maybe we need to modify the matrix to include, you get a detention or you get something else, you're ineligible for, you're ineligible. There's got to be some way where we build that in. But these days, we're preparing our students for the future. And I'm never going to tell a student that they're not going to become a professional athlete, because every day somebody becomes a professional athlete. But what I do want to make sure is that we're raising the most highly educated students we can and also the best citizens that we have. And to be quite frank, I'm pretty tired of what our generation did younger, letting a bunch of, for lack of a better phrase, thugs become athletes. And every day you watch the news and you see some athlete who's done something rather unintelligent or made poor decisions, and they just continue on. So if we start instilling more civility, more responsibility, more leadership skills in grades, in extracurricular activities, not just sports, but student council, club activities, the school performances, I think we start raising the bar. And I'm okay doing it on if you get into a D category, then every week you're getting checks. That's fine to get them back, because that is, to your point, that's the carrot. I think using the carrot is oftentimes much better than using a stick. So I'm good with that. But I think we can even adjust the matrix if we need to include it so it is equal across all campuses.
Yeah, if I could. Sorry.
I'll
Just one
wait.
second. Yeah, sorry. I mostly just want to agree with what President Todd was saying. And I think that we need to be reminded that we're in the business of education, not creating athletes. So I understand that the athletics are a huge motivator. But at the end of the day, we're supposed to be educating them, not developing athletes, especially at the elementary school level. So I'm fully on board with requiring a C, and if it drops below, then having the weekly grade checks. I believe that is what they do in high school at this point. They have to do a grade check for their sports weekly, so they are on top of it. Teachers are filling those out at high school, so it would be sort of setting them up for the same thing. And then just on top of, there are some schools that are going to C is passing, and anything below C is not really passing anymore. So that's not necessarily outside of the realm of what some schools are going to at this point anyways.
My only comment is that we do weekly progress reports, no matter what the grades are. That's just something that all ADs do in all of our schools right now. Just no matter what grades, it's just weekly progress reports.
And that's why I just wanted to add that into policy, that it's a weekly check. So I agree.
Okay, so moving on to page 104, the same policy. And in this, there were some edits asked for removing some language. So I'll just open this up here for discussion.
I'd just like to make a comment that I do think that the parents are notified. I think that would solve a lot of issues. And I think, I'm not sure if this is getting into the weeds too much, but if there was some sort of uniform weekly grade check that the teacher signed, and then the student had to take it home and have their parents sign, like, again, kind of putting the ownership on kids. And if they didn't bring it to the coach, then it doesn't, teaching student responsibility, and that may be too procedural, but I do like the notification of parents.
I do too.
Moving on to page 107, this is policy 5-215. And this is just adding in the electronics. (107) policy 5-215. Moving on to page 109, this is policy 5-216A. At the very bottom, the notification and interventions, we added progress reports or report cards are issued so that we're not limiting. Then page 111, that's the same policy, 5-216A. And this is the mid-year promotion. And so there was questions about if this could be removed. And the answer is yes, the mid-year promotions could be removed. The district did seem to think that that may limit their options for students. So Dr. Mohan, I'd like to let you speak to that real quick.
Just in case there was those rare instances where there is a student who would be ready to be promoted mid-year. Doesn't happen often, but it definitely happens and it could happen. So we just didn't want to limit a student who could be prepared to be promoted mid-year. I've seen it happen in my career where a student who's been promoted mid-year and still been at the top of the class in that promotion. So I didn't want to hold back students. I don't want to hold back a student who's ready to go to that next grade if they're ready.
And my concern is that this is referring to students that have been retained.
Oh, is that what that?
So
Okay. If
My
I misread
concern-
that, then that's my fault.
no, it's okay. It's just that if we have retained a student, right? So they've struggled to meet the, standards, and then we retain them in the same grade and then we promote them mid-year, then they've missed the learning of the new grade. So that is my concern there. And I just not sure that's setting up students for success.
And that's my fault if I misread that. So I apologize. Bye.
You may.
I don't have a problem with being there. I think it just allows us to do it if we need to, and it doesn't mean we have to do it. Hopefully the teachers and the administrator of that school realize that the ESS student might have picked up the 4th grade, for your example, but they're not ready for 5th grade, and they're make that decision not to do it. It's not saying they have to, but I like it being there just for those instances that if we need to.
All right, so then moving to page 112, and this is the same policy. Ms. Zimmerman was asking for more protections for the special education students. The trust has referred to special education student protections being in the IEPs and in the previous policies. So I just want to ask if we are making additions here or not.
If the trust feels like it's fine, I'm okay leaving it.
So moving on to page 115, student attire. The conversation here was where was this addressed for staff? And that would be addressed in the employee code of conduct section or chapter 4. Page 115, 5-302. And then on page 116, 5-303, this is student records. This is how we're distributing the annual notifications for student records, and there is concern of like what the cost to the district is. So I just wanted to surface that as a part of the conversation.
Yeah, and when I got to this policy, when I originally read this and asked for this, I could have sworn that I read this in a previous policy, and I went back last night looking everywhere to find it, and I couldn't. So I'm okay removing essentially what I had because I can't find it. I don't know where I saw it, but I couldn't find it again. So, and that's just honest. I tried to check my own work, and so I could not find that. So I'm okay removing it.
Okay. Page 117, 5-303 again. And this is how educational records are maintained. So the trust has said we can add in section on how educational records are maintained, and I'm curious what level of detail are we asking for here?
I'll just speak because this was mine. And I went back and looked at our previous policy and I really looked at how I could reword it and not copyright. And I just could not do it, to be honest. So, to Mr. Todd's point earlier, I'm okay right now. And if something comes up, I feel like the board can bring this policy back and address it. I just couldn't figure out how to do it right now, essentially.
Okay, page 118, the same policy. So this is specifically the directory access, right? And so instead of putting that on the students, we're making it parent legal guardian consent in writing to release the students' transcripts.
I just have a question about that. What if the student is now over 18 and they need their record for some reason? Do you have to get their parent or legal guardian?
No, if they are over the age of 18, they are their own parent or legal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Castellanos, just a quick question for housekeeping. I think lunch received, and we're starting a new section right here. Do you want to take a break for lunch really quick? And then we can pick back up. Why don't we do that? And
So we'll pick back up on 5-303A.
yeah, how long do you guys want to take for lunch? 15 minutes, 20 minutes?
15 is great.
And eat fast. All right, let's come back about 11:05-ish. We'll recess now. Time is 11:09. We're a couple minutes late getting started, but we said ish, so we should be good. We'll show us back in general session. Moving on to page 121, Ms. Castellanos.
All right, this is policy 5-303A. It's around student records. In on page 121 under A, this is the definition for school official, and it's talking about the school official, including a district administrator, supervisor, instructor, and it puts in there a person serving on the board as a school official. So the question or the questions here is for a caveat that includes like board members. Ms. Zimmerman, do you want to talk to this directly or?
So, and I looked at this policy again last night and really thought about how we could create a caveat and if it's necessary. So, as I think through this policy, as I read it, it's referencing a specific student record. That's how I read this. And so I thought, when is a board member needing a very specific one student, their educational record? And then I thought about, I think it comes up later, we might have already covered it, but, we have to hold the expulsion hearing. And so I was like, okay, then we would need it. So, it says a school official must have a legitimate educational interest. And I just wonder, if there's some other sentence that we could add there, if we leave school board member as part of it. So I do think it's tricky. I think probably we do need to access specific student records at times. I'm not obviously referring to summary of testing and things like that. I do think we need to see that, but I just want us to be careful, right? That, we have a specific reason to review because, it is students' privacy. And so there is a specific reason that we're viewing a specific student's record. So if anybody else wants to chime in, I'll think about if there's a sentence we could add to the second one.
Anybody have any comments?
Yeah, I'm okay with leaving the person serving on the board in there, and then that change of having must have a legitimate educational interest. I don't, I think that this all spells out what it's for. So,
If I may, I'll just say, Mr. I don't know if you've had I don't think you've got to go to the legal conference yet, have you? For ASBA. So they do a thing there called Stump the Lawyer, where people ask questions, and it's quite an interesting session. Actually, probably one of the better sessions they do at that conference year over year. Where I'm going with that is these trust policies were put together by a lot of lawyers who sat in on this. And sometimes when I've reviewed policy in the past and you see something, what are they saying here? It's because a lawyer got stumped sometimes. So I think if everybody's reviewed it, it's okay to leave it in. And there's probably been that one-off time that a lawyer was aware of that a board got kind of paralyzed because they had a policy that said something different. So when you find something obscure like this that I mean, it's very defined. So there's a reason they've got it in there. I think we could just leave it, but that's, because I feel like this was that time that a lawyer got stumped and said, let's make sure we get this in these policies when it happened.
Yeah, as I read that second sentence, and it says, in order to fulfill the official's professional responsibility, I'm okay.
The next one is on 5-303B, page 124. This was just some clarification language in the third paragraph down, adding or referencing the cited within the annual information. And then for the fourth paragraph, under directory of information, we are, unless release of information was not cited or authorized annually. Moving to 120, page 128.
Can we go back to 126, please?
Page 126, 5-303.c.
So, the part that's highlighted, it says, if the school principal decides not to amend the record as requested, the principal shall inform the parent or legal guardian of the decision and the parent's legal guardian or right to a hearing. I just feel like there could be a step in between here that, doesn't force us to go right to a hearing, which could be costly. And when I looked at our previous policy, there are different steps. So I was just, for discussion, I understand that it meets the legal obligations, but could we add a step that it could be appealed to the superintendent or, something that would allow a step in between the hearing to not make it so drastic?
Mr. President, if
You may.
I don't think the hearing has to be like outside, because the next step is, like it says, the superintendent can conduct the hearing themselves. So if they appeal it to the superintendent, that person technically could hold the hearing as the appeal to it.
Moving on to page 128. 5-303.d has been removed based on the age requirements. It's for grades 9 through 12. 5-304 on page 128, we've added in the reference to the discipline matrix. Page 129, 5-305, student code of conduct.
Oh, sorry. The policy before, so it's still on 129, but it's 5-304. The question about drug and alcohol searches, the district has an adopted drug and alcohol testing program, blah, blah, blah. And the question is, we don't have one. So it's saying that the district has adopted one, but we don't have one. So I don't think we can say that.
Do you want to remove that section?
Well, I know the question will be like, well, if we have it in the future, so maybe it could say, I'm not sure, but I don't think we can say it has a program if we don't have one.
What if you just change has to may?
Yeah. Yes, that's fine.
Is there a time that we would ever, this is for students, correct?
It is.
Is there a time we would ever do a random drug test on a student without
I mean, I've
enforcement involved?
yeah.
I don't even know when we would do that. But again, back to the last one, obviously some lawyer got into a situation at some time and put this in there.
I mean, I mean, as you can see, like that was my question too. Is this something that we do? Because it seems
Yeah.
crazy to me. And then I also think of the conversations that I've had with friends whose children are in 7th and 8th grade and some of the things that are happening. And then it's not as crazy anymore. Why this may be needed at some point. So removing it completely might not be the best choice, because we might get to a place where something's going on and we really do need to have the ability to search or look in however it may be. But changing it to may adopt, and then district personnel would be authorized to conduct searches, just changing the wording so that we could do it if we needed to, even though we don't currently.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Is it okay to leave the language with the district personnel are authorized to conduct searches that conform to the requirements of the program? Like if we leave that as it is and then just put may adopt?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
And are we okay saying the district may adopt, or should it say the board?
Are you going to authorize the superintendent to develop that and then adopt, or?
I think it should say board, but that's just my opinion.
I feel like somewhere in this, maybe we just need to define the district. So again, if the district gets into litigation, it's ultimately the board that's into that litigation. So district and board, maybe we need to just define what district and board is, but ultimately my understanding is the district is the board. We are the authoritative, we're the organization. So maybe somewhere in these policies, we should just clarify in definitions what the difference between district and board is, or is there a difference at all?
I mean, they're not used interchangeably. They're definitely like the district and the board separately throughout the thing. So maybe a definition somewhere. You know, the district includes this outside of the board, and the board is this, or something like that. Because, just to make it fully clear, because they are definitely two different entities throughout
It may just
the
be that
policy.
different people wrote different sections, so the words aren't similar. But when I read this as it is, the district has adopted a random drug and alcohol testing program. I realize we haven't done that, but if you read that, it's like, well, who adopted that? I don't think the superintendent could adopt that without board approval. So therefore, the district is the board. But I agree with you. There's spots in here where it does say the board. So I think standardizing that throughout. And maybe, I don't think it came up as much in the first couple of chapters, did it? Where we had big
It starts to
variations?
come up a lot in chapter.
In chapter.
Chapter 3 on,
Right,
because we
okay.
define the governing board, the roles or responsibilities in chapter 1. I don't think anywhere throughout the policies, and I'll have to check to make sure that the term district has been really defined.
Right, okay. To me, it seems like it's universal, but it is being written differently.
A little further, a little further down that page on 5-305 Student Code of Conduct, we're asking to change from the violation of school policies and procedure, a student shall not violate any district policy, regulation, or rule. Changing that from governing board, and then underneath defiance of authority, we're editing obey to abide by.
So I just wonder there, did we just almost do the exact opposite of what we're doing up above, where we changed governing board policy to district policy?
I think, as I remember, that, across this chapter, that it says district policy. So I'm just trying to make it consistent. I agree that we just switched it. I hear what you're saying. I'm in terms of referring, when we refer to policy, I feel like it normally says district policy across the chapter.
Right.
Across all of the chapters, but when it has to, the reason why we changed it up above, the board has adopted, is because of the term adopted, right? And so
Right.
the board has to adopt.
And in this case, sorry, going back to the one where we're now saying district policy instead of governing board policy, like I would read that if it said governing board policy, thinking about the policies that we follow as the governing board versus the district policies that are determining what students and staff are following. That's just would be how I would read it. So district would make more sense to me in that sense.
So along those lines, though, my next question is, the governing board writes policies, rules. I don't know that we write rules. We write policy. There could be rules that are written by principals. I don't know that every rule on every campus, if a principal enacts a rule, that comes to a board approval. So does that mean, in this case, well, I can blow off Principal Smith's rule because this says, so maybe any district policy, regulation, or rule, maybe that is the right word there because it's any. It's anything. Right, okay.
On page 131, this is under policy 5-305, which is student code of conduct. On page 131, we're asking for different definitions for cyberbullying, or more clearly defining cyberbullying and bullying.
Mr. President, may I?
You may.
Okay. So I did look at this as asked to kind of have some proposed language. When I looked at our old policies, I felt that this felt a little limiting to me. So I did try to be careful and not copyright or anything like that. So I'll just read what I have, and then I did email it to Ms. Castellanos ahead of time if the board so chooses to use it. Obviously, if they don't, then she won't need it. Bullying is when a student or group of students engages in behavior toward another person that is unwanted, repeated over time, and has a negative impact on that person, including but not limited to physical or emotional harm. The act of bullying can take the form of many different means. That includes, but not limited to, exert or attempt to exert power over a person, action or actions that contribute to a substantial risk or cause injury, mental harm, degradation, or social exclusion. And then for cyberbullying, I said cyberbullying encompasses any act of bullying carried out using electronic technology or communication devices. It can occur on school computers, networks, forums, and mailing lists, or other district-owned property, as well as a student's personal electronic media and devices. So that cyberbullying one, Ms. Castellanos, you'd probably have to see if it was altered enough, but it was hard to change, because that's where those things occur.
That cyberbullying from ASBA policy, the cyberbullying definition came from federal.
Okay, so it should be okay. Okay, all right.
One of my questions though is with the cyberbullying definition. The state or the school doesn't have any authority, right? Correct? If the cyberbullying occurs on their personal devices off school ground.
They do.
I'm not sure if we're actually allowed to, because it didn't happen on our property or our.
I lived a personal case of that with my daughter, and the school was instructed to get involved with it.
That would be a question for our attorney or for the attorneys, because I'm not sure what the actual legal authority is, how far that can be pushed or whatever else. The reason why we added cyberbullying into the definitions is very specifically that all of the equipment that is used for the schools and all of the harm that does and the impact. But as far as what the legal authority is of the school, I'm not sure.
If it disrupts the school environment, then we can get involved. And we have had several cases this year that do disrupt the school environment. So even if it's on a student's personal phone, which it usually is, then we can and do get involved.
I understand that, right? And we need to have the policy. But my question is, even if it's on the student's phone, but if it's never brought up on the school property, right? If it's happening at home, I don't know what authority we have.
Yes, we do. I've
Okay.
had several conversations with our legal then,
Okay.
and yes.
I think one of them too, like in the junior high worlds, sometimes there's a fight in a park next door to a school after hours. The school still takes some action on that and issues suspensions or expulsions.
And usually it's back and forth texting and threats and things and bullying on their phones that spills over during the school day. And there's conversations, there's threats and things that still happen during the school day. So
And I think that the key word is that, it impedes their access to learning because they're not able to focus. They're concerned for their safety and things
and it
like that.
continues on.
So my question is, do we want to take the definitions offered by Ms. Zimmerman and add them in to this section? Replacing what's currently here with the definition she offered. See for the second read.
I think I'm okay with them being split up and having them come back for the second read so we can look at them again in here.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay, moving on to page 135.
Can we talk about 132 for a second? Sorry. As I read through this,
Just one moment
Okay.
so that we can get Minnie the policy number.
I think
It's
the same.
5-305, student conduct, page 132, and it is number 30.
So sometimes you read these. There's no sometimes. We've all spent a lot of hours reading this. As you go back through this, you start thinking about things. I had made a recommendation that we delete students shall not use, shall not record or transmit speech or other communications of other persons without those persons express consent. That was, again, this goes back to my thing. This was put in by lawyers who have reviewed this a lot. I'm sure there's a reason that's there. Also at the top where it says a student shall not use a cellular phone. So along the same lines of a few years ago, we had the student using their Apple Watch to text and call their parent all day. Technically speaking today, the term cellular is used all the time, but there are no cellular devices in existence anymore. That technology is long gone. And so your iPhone, your Droid is not really a cellular phone. So I'm thinking maybe we say electronic devices, and we just keep it at that because cellular technology is long down the road. About 20 something years ago, it went away. We still use it as that's Kleenex tissue, but we had that same argument with the parent that your policy at the time said cell phones. That's not a cell phone. That's an Apple Watch. And that, again, spirit of law versus letter of the law. I just think it saves us time down the road if we don't have to get into that discussion, if we can avoid it.
I think so. It says,
And you do have, I think, some right to privacy in an educational facility. So I'm not sure that we should have people recording and transmitting. That potentially even gets us into some FERPA issues for the district. So I think I probably read this when I made that recommendation at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm thinking if the lawyers have it in there, there's a good reason for it.
I also question the, recording because Arizona is a one consent state in terms of recording. So my question was, do we have the legal authority to prevent that? And we may on an educational, so students do lose some of their rights as we've, seen. So it's just, make sure we're following the law too, I guess.
I mean, I'm confident if it's in here, it's been written by enough lawyers from the trust and reviewed that it's legal. but I am concerned now, my original recommendation to remove it, just from the standpoint that I'm sure some lawyer was into a situation and that's why this is in there.
Okay. So 5-306, student discipline on page 135. There were edits added in here. Well, let's start with number 3. We have added in language around the discipline matrix, and then added in the learning environment. The next section, teacher removal of a student from the classroom. There was edited language added in here. The language previous that was in there prior that is crossed out, that is directly from the original statute. So I just wanted to make sure like which language we wanted to go with, because the language under 1.a on page 135 that was struck through is the original language from statute. It's directly from statute.
You know, offer my thoughts just because this was my, edit. And I'm okay with going with the statute, obviously. But the part, I guess, that concerned me was that with the interfered with the teacher's ability to communicate effectively with other students. And I just wanted to focus with the ability to provide effective instruction. I just thought it focused more on the learning aspect. And I understand that it could be understood that communicate effectively would allow them to instruct students effectively. So I'm okay with going with the statute if that's what the board prefers.
Yeah, I'm okay with the statutes language.
Okay, moving on to page 136, same policy. Under suspension or expulsion of students. There was specific statutory language here. The use of possession of a gun, and then we are asking to remove excessive absenteeism from. So a student may be expelled for continued open defiance of authority, continued disruptive or disorderly behavior, violent behavior that includes the use or display of dangerous instruments or deadly weapon as defined by the ARS, use of a possession of a gun, or excessive absenteeism. So the excessive absenteeism is in the statute. However, it's requested to be removed.
I don't know why we would remove it. I think it needs to be in there.
There's also underneath that number 2, if a student has reached the age or completed the grade after which the school attendance is not required as prescribed, that is for students who are age 16. It is possible to have a student who is the age 16 in 8th grade. While that is highly unusual, it does happen more often than we would imagine. And then on number 8 of that section, we added knowingly. So knowingly for submitting knowingly false reports. Page 137, suspension and expulsion hearings. Just adding in language that we are in accordance with state statute and district policy, and removing the sentence that states in schools that do not have a superintendent or principal. As Ms. Zimmerman stated, we do not have any schools that don't have a district principal or a superintendent. This language is actually meant for our one-room school buildings. On page 138, same policy, under discipline, suspension, or expulsion of students, we're adding in the term individualized education plan. We'll be moving on to page 143. And this is 5-306A, procedure for student discipline. We're just changing language here from demand to request an open meeting, all the way at the very bottom, just to keep consistent language. Page 146, 5-306, procedures for student discipline.
I think it needs to actually go back to the board because on page 140, the answer was that statute. Hold on, sorry. That statute says it's the board's responsibility. So we need to go back to the original language.
Thank you. Okay, page 154, 5-401A. On 5-401A is police interview notification and student interviews. There was language added to section C, interview by school staff, stating that school staff shall consult with the district administrator and notify parents or legal guardians unless the parent or legal guardian are subject of said investigation. Page 155, 5-402, Department of Child Safety, interview and custody. And instead of will request, we've just changed the department or the DCS, I'm sorry, Department of Child Safety, custody of student, that the staff shall have the DCS worker fill out a form.
Can I ask a question really quick? Back to 154, where it says school staff shall consult with district or school administration, notify parents, legal guardians. That's doing it. That's an interview by school staff. Okay, that's not. Wait, prior to engaging in an interview of a student under a peace officer's direction. Okay, it's there. Never mind. I misread it. Thank you. Sorry.
Page 156, 5-403, immunization and communicable diseases. We are just adding in the relevant statute, ARS 15-873. On page 158, policy 5-403A, we are adding, for consistency of language, we're adding in a number 6 that makes full disclosure of the requirements and exemptions for immunizations. And then standards for documentary proof, which is section C, we're referring to the immunization documentation versus the records, meaning if someone files a waiver, that will also suffice. Moving on to page 159, 5-404, administration of medication. Ms. Zimmerman has asked that medication be removed.
Just because we define over-the-counter and prescription medicine, like they are defined separately. And so I think they should be defined separately and not combined as this one is here.
Okay, so this is the same policy. It's 5-404. We're moving on to page 163. We're looking to remove the language that the board recognizes that the prescribed annual training is optional. Okay, moving on to page 167. And this is the same policy. And this is the self-administered. So under number 5, it says adding in consultation with parent, legal guardian, and medical professional. The district may withdraw a student's authorization to self-monitor. Moving on to page 178, 5-406. This is restraint and seclusion of students. Under number 2, we're asking to remove the words "to comply with a reasonable request" and add in "for the purpose of preventing harm to themselves or others." So this is the district's ability or staff's ability to restrain a student. Moving on to page 182. 5-408. This is hazing prevention. And we are asking to remove the very first paragraph that says this policy shall not be construed to apply to customary athletic events, contests, etc.
If I could, this kind of goes back to what President Todd was saying earlier. Do we know why this would have been in the policy to begin with? Because there's probably a good reason for it. And just removing it, I don't, yeah.
Mr. President, if I may.
May.
So the reason that I have a concern with it being here is because it falls under things that we are prohibiting for hazing. And so it's anything that's customary to athletic events or contests or competitions shouldn't potentially fall under the definition of hazing. So anything that people are doing in regards to athletic events or an activity, if it doesn't concern us that it's going to potentially fall under hazing, then it would be allowed. I just feel like it gives a little caveat that feels concerning to me because it falls under the specific part that is prohibiting things.
Right. As I read this, I mean, during the event of a game, let's say we have a football game and the kid gets roughed up because it's football. Or even in volleyball, a couple kids collide. Was that on purpose? Was it not? Could that be considered hazing? I think that this is actually protecting the kids during the actual game, if I'm reading it right, that they can play to their best ability and not potentially be, labeled as hazing just because there was an accident on the court or something happened there. I think that that's probably where this came from, but
Yeah, so if we'll take, for instance, the big women's basketball controversy that's happening right now, right? That would be protected under here. So it cannot be considered hazing because it happened within a competition of a sport. So just for reference, if 2 people are playing basketball and they are taunting each other, this covers them to make sure that they are not defined as hazing for taunting, right? It's customary. It's something that happens in, sports, this and that. The customary way, right? Not over the top and
Right.
all of those types of things. So that's what the provision is allowing for.
so in regards, just because of that, I'm okay with leaving this in here. That way our athletes can play to their fullest ability and not, not always be necessarily watching their back, we'll say, of limiting how they play.
I would agree. I don't think there's any harm in leaving it in. Again, the lawyers have put this here for a reason. And to talk about what's happening in the women's basketball, I personally think there is some hazing going on there that they're trying to hide behind. It's just basketball. Almost every sport has a rule on taunting, unsportsmanlike, and it's becoming more and more enforced. The advisories I get in baseball are constantly don't put up with it at all. To the point now where even, Major League Baseball has this going right now where they did some review of the strike zone during spring training, and now in the regular season they're not allowed to do that. If a player even makes that signal, they're immediately ejected. There's no discussion. I think this, if it's not an issue, having it in the policy won't be a problem, but if it becomes an issue, having it in the policy will protect everybody. So I would be in favor of leaving it.
Okay, so moving on to policy 5-409 on page 183. I want to describe a little bit about this policy and some of the information that was given to me by the trust. I met with Jennifer McClellan at the trust to discuss this policy in particular. She wanted me to know, you'll note at the very bottom, there is definitions relevant. So the definition for hazing and bullying within 5-409, which is this policy, are based on case law and OCR findings. Now, the definitions that we just described in 5-408 are directly from statute. So she wanted me to make those distinctions. So the definition from harassment above would apply more to 5-408. But when we're asking for these legal definitions that are provided here, those are based on OCR findings and case law from the Arizona Supreme Court.
Mr. President, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Okay, so the bullying part, when it says it is, this is obviously my request to have this, when it's not bullying, when a students of similar age, strength, and size quarrel or fight with each other, a student acts aggressively towards another student in the absence of an imbalance of power. So the way that I read this is that it's not bullying if they're in the same grade, and I'm not sure that I believe that to be true.
So the way that this is written and the way that I would interpret it myself, these are acts of assault, not of bullying, right? So the students are similar age, strength, and size, and they wind up in a fight. Bullying would be a prolonged, God bless you. Bullying would be a prolonged aspect, right? So we're talking about something that's happened multiple times over history, but if it is a fight, instead of that being bullying, that would be more along the lines of like what the district has for assault. And I'm not saying that we should arrest children for bullying by any means. So please, or not bullying, but for fighting. A student who provokes another one into a verbal or physical confrontation, these are momentary things that happen, not prolonged instances.
Thank you for clarifying, because I completely see that. It's maybe the third bullet that I find, and so is that it's just referring to a single instance of aggressing, a student acting aggressively.
Yes.
Is that how you read that?
Yeah, but when you're talking about the imbalance of power, right? You're talking about like that can get really, let me try and find words that are better suited for this. When you're talking about this level of imbalance of power, whether that be from like a social construct or, like I have more friends and I'm going to use my friends to then cause this level of harm to you or provoke you in this manner, that's bullying, because now I've gotten the invisible they, right? All of us think this way, or all of them are doing this, all of those types of conversations. That invisible they creates an imbalance of power and then defines it as bullying.
Okay. With that explanation, I'm fine with not removing it.
Okay, on page 184, in that same, we're just talking about a knowingly false report again. On page 185, policy 5-410, under interscholastic athletic activities in the third paragraph, we are adding all children. Hold on, let me read this again because it's not. Okay, that is not pertinent or relevant. I apologize. I will delete that.
Okay.
So we were asked to add in annual physicals, which is the language underneath. No student may participate in athletic activity unless the district has on file each year a school physical examination clearance signed by a licensed healthcare provider. Do we want to move that to appropriately licensed healthcare provider for consistency? And then under 185, providing annual concussion training as stated by law.
Sebastianis, if you could just read that one real quick, that red line, provide annual training for that educates. Maybe we need to fix a little bit of wording.
Yes, thank you. That will conclude our first review of chapter 5. I was scheduled till 1. So is there any other questions, considerations for chapter 5?
I don't know where, there's just a deal with concussion training. First of all, Arizona has probably the weakest law on concussion training in the nation. However, on school grounds, it is required. And what is most important is that doesn't just apply to schools. So the statute, which I think is 15341, also goes on to say a group or organization that uses property or facilities owned or operated by a school district for athletic activities shall comply with the requirements of this subdivision. So if we lease our baseball fields to a club baseball team, everybody that's a part of that organization, is my understanding, has to participate in annual concussion training. I don't know if that goes in this policy or if this needs to go into our facility use agreement. But if somebody's doing an open gym, such as the city of Buckeye, all of their people, in most states, if you're doing youth sports, everybody's required to do concussion training. Arizona has restricted it simply to school grounds, regardless of whether or not it's a school function or a private function that's taking place on school property. So I don't know if that fits here or if it just goes in our facility agreement, but we need to address it because I don't think it's in there.
We might want to look at chapter 3 as well, because that facility use agreement that's in chapter 3 would be directly impacted by that.
Right, and it may be easiest just put it in the facility use agreement. It's law, so I think you could probably just go in there. We may need to approve that, but that might speed us up from having to do another 2 reads.
Mr. President.
You may.
Sorry to bring this back up, but on page 183 and 5409, talking about the definition of or saying harassment, intimidation, bullying, and prohibited. Earlier, we were talking about it carrying over to personal electronic devices, but this one only says school stuff. So I don't know if we want to make this match the last statement we were making about bullying and harassment. . 5409,
What paragraph?
first one. So remember we were talking about this says it has to be on school equipment, but earlier in the meeting we were talking about it, that we have a responsibility even if it wasn't on school equipment. So we just need to make a match.
So I'll make the language consistent in 5-409 and 5-408. We'll have consistent language.
Or, yeah, I forgot which chapter it was now that you were talking about, and you came up with the definition.
It's on page 131. I don't know the policy, but I know it's on page 131 when we talked about cyberbullying.
Yes, thank you. So cyberbullying, I think I need some match here, because this is saying it's only on school computers and networks. If we're saying they can use on their personal devices for cyberbullying, I'm guessing that should fall underneath the intimidation and bullying paragraph also.
It says through this 5-409 says through the use of electronic technology and electronic communication.
School computers and networks.
Yeah, there probably needs to be some additions there.
And then the only thing I wanted just to highlight was, it's not really a change or anything. I just wanted to highlight this, that on page 24, we have 5-107 is the Purple Star School Program. That's something that I don't believe our district has done or have currently, but I love that program, reading through it. I think that'll be, if we can one day implement that in one of our schools or multiple of our schools, that would be
Zumbro's doing it.
wonderful. 'Cause
Zumbro
that's
will be doing it already
good.
this year.
Can I ask when we'll be doing the next read of chapter 5?
That was going to be my next question. When would you all like to do the second read for chapter 5?
As soon as possible. I think we've got to get this done by the end of the month. And I would like to have it implemented in time for staff to be able to be familiar with this. So I think this might come up here in a minute under our future board of topics and upcoming board meetings where we can discuss it more. But we also have superintendent search process coming up. So let's, if we can, let's just close this topic. I was really thinking we're a little ahead of schedule. If you could go back to page 1 and we could review all your changes so we make sure you got them all. We could spend the next 3 hours,
Not
but
a problem.
joking. Remember, Cincinnati just kicked me under the table here, so we'll move on. I'm gonna get punched when I get out. So we'll have our first bullying violation here is me bullying them, saying we're gonna stay 3 more hours. No, let's move on to 3.1 board comments and agenda topics with this and talk. Board members, we have just to let you know, it was a request to get the ASA to come on our Tuesday board meeting, and I was able to get that worked out. So they will be here Tuesday. As a result of that, that meeting's going to start at 4:30. I might be jumping ahead here a little bit with 4.1. So these 2 topics are going to combine a little bit. Ms. Zimmerman, you had wanted to try to have an interim in place by July 1st. In order to do that, I'm just going to say we should plan on meeting or hold your calendars available, I would say from the 17th through the 30th, because we don't know where that's going to apply yet. Ms. Castellanos, how much time do you think it'll take you to have this ready to come back for a second read and approval?
We'll probably need about 3 days.
Okay, so if we schedule the meeting for,
How long do you want to review it though?
well, that's what I'm thinking. So if you get it back to us midweek, let's say if you have it to us by
June 11th?
11th or 12th, let's just give you a little
Okay.
buffer time. Then if we have a meeting on, say, the 17th or 18th, and I'm hoping we can combine maybe some superintendent work along with the approval of this at the same time.
Okay, so you're
Policy.
looking at Tuesday or Wednesday? The
That's-
17th or 18th?
Yeah, I think the 18th would be safer to do. But yeah, we could do the 17th. What's your schedule? What works best?
I can do either day right now. I just need to know
Alright.
ASAP.
Yeah, the 17th works best for me.
Okay. We'll shoot for the 17th. Okay. Sorry, guys. I know these are kind of getting mixed up, but it all plays together between 3.1 and 4.1. So we have that. Also, board members talking about board comments, just a few things. Meeting with the principals. The principals have asked that we, and I shouldn't say they just asked, it was kind of a discussion. Came to the idea that it would be a really good idea to have a roundtable, a special work group meeting with the board and the principals to talk to them. I think we've had the opportunity to do that under the past administration, but I do think it's important. And currently Dr. Mahorn is our top administrator, and she's agreeing to it as well. So the trick becomes for that, everybody's back by July 14th. So we thought it would be best to do it after then. They really wanted to do it before the school year started. And some administrators, new principals coming in, won't technically start until July 1. Most of them that are coming on board are starting to show up early. And those that are already on are working throughout the year. So I don't know when we'd like to have that meeting, but I committed to them that I'd bring it forward to the board for a discussion, hopefully to agendize that. But I think the sooner the better we do that. It'll help us plan some other stuff that's coming up. So we could potentially do it at the same time or another time. I guess that's it.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I think, it's a great opportunity for us. I was just wondering if we could do it on the same day as our July 14th meeting, just earlier.
We could. Yeah, I mean, we could do that as long as they're available, but I think, what time are you thinking to start it?
I'll leave that up to the board.
Okay.
But it would just be my request that we do it on the same day as the board
Sure.
meeting.
I'd like to give them plenty of time. I don't want to cut it short, so I'd rather start it early and have a break in between that, a potential break in between that meeting or that roundtable and the general meeting. But I think it's a very, very positive sign that, first of all, they asked the administration to have me come to a meeting. Secondly, that they're wanting to sit down with us and talk, and they've got some great ideas that we can all hear from. Something I think will be great. So we can ask staff if you can communicate to the current principals to come in, and we'll just sit around and have a very broad-based discussion. So we can do that.
If you'll just let me know the start time. That's
Okay.
all. Yep.
Our board meeting scheduled to start what time that day? So you guys want to do 3:30, and then that also lets them, because they're working that day, so we could have them in at 3:30, and they can stay for the meeting, or they can go home afterwards. Does that work? Okay. All right, so we'll do that for July 14th, and staff, if you'll get that out early to them, maybe Monday or soon, so they can plan for that. I think that's important. And maybe you can ask them if there's any topics they want for us to try to address or discuss. And board members, if you have anything you want to talk about as well, that would be good. So we have that one. Okay.
Mr. President, sorry.
Yes.
In regards to that, because they're wanting to meet with the board, do you feel like 2 hours is enough, too much? Is that something that we want to reach out to the principals and see what?
Well, I think it'll be enough based off the conversation. Honestly, we met with them this week, and they really did not bring up anything that was surprising or their questions. I don't think they were bringing up issues so much, but they're a good group. But I think if we do 2 hours, that'll be enough to get things started, and we don't have too much dwell time. Honestly, I think we'll be done a little bit early. We'll have a break between them. I don't want to pressure them to be done early, but I think I'm thinking closer to 90 minutes may be satisfactory the first time. I would like to believe that this will be the first of several meetings with them as they have questions, and we're no doubt not going to have all the answers. So we'll need to come back and keep that dialogue very open with them. We just had some basic questions that they had that I was honestly kind of surprised they were coming up. So it's evident that for many years the communication has not been real great with them on certain topics. So I think 2 hours will be good.
And they just asked for the opportunity to get in front of all 5 of you.
Yeah. So we're bringing that message forward. Okay, agenda topics. Are there any other agenda topics anybody has?
Mr. President, earlier, Ms. Castellanos asked us to authorize her to do the reference, the policies.
Yeah, we have to bring that up on agenda topics so we can, I mean, I guess in theory, the superintendent, the board president has the authority to seek legal advice without board approval, so I can do that. I can grant that. I think that will be fine. I'll make sure with legal counsel on Monday that I can do that. If we need to bring it back, we'll do a quick virtual meeting with a special meeting to get board approval, but I believe under statute that the superintendent or the board president can get the legal.
Could we just add it to the meeting on Tuesday?
Yeah, we could do that too. We still have, we still have posting time for that. So we can add that. If you want to do that, or we can get her started on Monday with me giving her, myself or Dr. Moore giving permission.
Can you just ask legal if you can do it on your own, and if you can't, then just add it to the agenda?
Okay, we can do that.
Yeah, and I think if it's a cost that we didn't account for, that we should have a discussion,
Well,
possibly.
It's every single request for legal review is a cost.
I know, but she said it was going to be a
everything in here.
significant, like we already knew we were going to do the policies.
Right.
I mean, that was already board approved, so.
Yeah, so, okay. We'll find out we can find out what we think the time is going to be on that. Okay, let's just tentatively put it on the agenda for Tuesday. If we need to pull it, we can pull it, but we'll add it if you could do that. Authorization to have legal right, the preamble to that section. Okay. Any other agenda topics?
I don't think that was for the, sorry, I want to clarify what you said, because he just, Mr. Todd just said the preamble, but I thought this was the cross-reference of policies. I thought that's what you said, Mr. Kenyon.
Did you want that, or did you want the introductory? I thought you were talking about that introduction, what you're talking about.
No, I think, Ms. Castellanos, I think you know what I was referring to.
Yeah, so it's been requested that throughout the policies that we cross-reference every policy. So basically, if something in chapter 5 refers to chapter 3 and chapter 2 and chapter 1, then those all be listed. So the trust has said that they do not do that. For me to do, it's going to take a significant amount of time. And that is what I was asking for. So currently, my current scope in the contract that I have would cover that. But before I add that additional cost, I'd like to have the board's approval.
That we definitely need to agendize for Tuesday. My apologies. I completely misunderstood
No,
what
that's
you were.
And then the second thing was the review of the discipline matrix in regards to the tardy and open enrollment. Just having that on there as well.
Do you want that on Tuesday? We're going to have a pretty long meeting on Tuesday with budget and everything else, or do you think that can wait?
I guess, I mean, because we're going to be utilizing it in our policy. The sooner we can get it to Ms. Castellanos, she can get it in our policy. But
If Dr. Mahorn could send me that, I will make like some revisions, like quick edits and suggestions for you all, but I don't think we need to have that completed until July 1.
okay, so I don't know that it needs to be agendized. It just needs to be from administration given to you, and then that'll come back on the second read. Okay.
Okay. Perfect.
But if we are changing the discipline matrix, that would need to come for board approval, correct?
I believe so, but I don't know that we were changing the discipline matrix at that point. This was just referring to the discipline matrix and making sure it's kind of in the areas where we talked about in regards to tardy and open enrollment. And then if there's something that administration thinks needs to be updated or changed, that can come to us.
Okay, because I thought the discussion was that we were going to add the possible removal, or I'm not using the right word.
So mind if I help?
Yeah.
Okay, so what my intent is with the discipline matrix is I'm going to look at it and see if I can align the wording of the trust to allow for the trust policies to allow for the removal of an open enrollment authorization, or if I need to make the adjustment to the discipline matrix as well. If I do need to make the adjustment to the discipline matrix as well, you guys will review that in with the chapter 5 that comes back for second read. Then once we do third read, we can put it on the agenda to review and approve chapter 5 and the discipline matrix on the agenda for the third read and final approval.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Do you think we'll need a third read for chapter 5? Or do you think we'll be able to do this on Tuesday?
I honestly believe that we would be able to do it on Tuesday in the second read.
Okay.
So I would just ask that everybody give me, if you have additional edits, that you get those back to me within, a reasonable amount of time so we can do that prior to the meeting.
1 o'clock this afternoon, that'd be enough time?
No, so if I send them on Thursday, then if I send it Thursday at 8 a.m., I'd want it back by noon on Thursday.
Perfect. Yeah.
No,
I
I'm
gotcha.
just kidding. But if I could have it back by that Monday, so that I can make whatever revisions.
All right. Along the same lines, for agenda topic, I would like the board to look at considering putting together a communications task force of how we communicate with our teachers, our staff. Another thing that was brought to my attention was that the strategic plan has not been communicated with the staff that we adopted. We spent a lot of time and money to do that, and it was not done. So clearly we've got some major communication gaps that are still happening. So I'd like to get that agendized. It does not need to be for Tuesday, but I would like to try to move that fairly quickly so we can create a committee that can start looking at how the best way we can improve communications to everybody. All right, again, 3.1 and 4.1 are a little bit combined together here. I already updated you. The ASA will be here Tuesday at 4:30. And the other thing that I would like to talk about, we're doing budget. Remember, this is not a final approval and the budget does move, but I would like to suggest that we have a couple, and by a couple, I mean probably more than a couple meetings quickly open for teachers, staff, and community to come in and look at our budget and continue to make sure we're on the right path before we do that. Our current finance group is doing some really exciting things. Finally, they're now able to do that, and I think it would be good to have them also be able to communicate with staff. And when we talk to principals, it seems like they got about, we spent 2.5 hours. They were pretty amazed at some of the budget things. Said, oh, we didn't realize that the district lost money. Oh, we didn't realize this, we didn't realize that. And I think that's going to help our community, our teachers, and our community as well. So I'd just like to ask that we look at agendizing some budget meetings. It's late, but we can always revise our budget and make it better. It's just like a household budget. So I would just ask that we start working on getting some of those scheduled as well before the school year starts.
Mr. President, can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
I just want to clarify that on June 17th is the plan to bring chapter 5 to a second read and approval or potential approval, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I write
Good with
that
you,
down.
Phil? Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Staff, you have that all written down so we can get it agendized properly? Ms. Camerata? Okay. All right, good. Anything else for the good of the order, upcoming board meetings or agenda topics? All right, we have members, thank you. Ms. Castellanos, thank you. I thought we were going to be here till 6 o'clock tonight. Ms. Zimmerman, Ms. Schmidt, Mr. Kenyon, Mr. Cerenciani, thank you very much for your time on all of this. I know it's a little painful reading this over and over, but thank you. We'll go to item 5.1 with all business conducted. We'll adjourn the meeting at 12:17.